Hello, everybody. Here we are once again. It's a chilly morning, but at least it stopped drizzling. It's improving. But you know what? This is quite normal for winter in Buenos Aires. Days are short. We're coming up to June. Okay, people. Today we have a pretty intense program. I'd like you to pay a lot of attention to the presentation we're going to hear now because Jorge is carrying out research into AI and has been doing so for quite a while. And he's going to be talking about the European Union's AI Act, which was adopted in March. He's living in Spain at the moment, although he's Argentine. And then we've got lots of other virtual presentations. And at the end of the day, we're going to have an in-person panel. We're going to be joined by Nicolás Antoniello and Rodrigo de la Parra, who's Mexican, but is also in Buenos Aires. So we're looking forward to that in-person panel. Jorge, are you with us? It's a little chilly here. I guess it's quite warm with you. Do you remember in 2008, it snowed in Buenos Aires? It is highly unusual. Adrian says hi. Hi, Adrian. How are you? So, I was telling the students with us that you're in Spain and you've been investigating the issue of AI for quite some time, and you're going to be telling us specifically about the latest EU regulation on the subject. I want to tell you that Jorge was the first person. I have to look at the programmer at this point. It's like TV. Camera 1 or camera 2? Jorge was the first person to believe in our project several years ago. I remember we went to see him in Buenos Aires, and he had a very high post up in Microsoft, and we took him the idea. And as I told you the other day, at the beginning it's quite difficult to launch an idea because you haven't got very much to show for it. Today we've got lots of reports. We've in fact just been awarded a prize from the International Telecommunications Union. We were awarded the WISIS Prize for International Relations. So thank you to you and everybody who's believed in the project and our students. Jorge was one of the first people to believe in us. He said to me at the time, he said, it sounds great. I will support you. And he gave us the first contribution we received from a sponsor, so we're very grateful to him. And he's always joined us and contributed great content. So we're very grateful to him for his involvement and support. All right, so over to you. Hello to everybody. Hello to those of you in Argentina. I don't know what other countries are joining us. I am delighted to be connecting with so many colleagues today. And I'm also very grateful to be taking part in something that's attracted so much interest from my peers. It's quite complex subject, AI. So we're going to be talking today about the AI Act, which is what I've been invited to talk about today. Olga, thank you for the invitation. And I want to congratulate you for all the awards you've received. So today we're going to be talking for the next 40 minutes a little bit about the new EU Act on AI. It's actually got a very long, convoluted name which takes into account the different aspects of AI. It's a long regulation. It's quite complex. We'll be taking a look at some specific details later. It was adopted in the European Parliament and went to the European Council. For those of you who only understand... Hang on a minute, Jorge. We have simultaneous translation. I know that sometimes one gets carried away. If you could talk just a little bit more slowly. Okay, Olga, how long do I have exactly? There's an hour in total for your presentation, but the group is very interested by the topic, so you will be getting a lot of topics. We don't have a chat bot that's going to ask me questions. No, no, no. It's all the brick and mortar here. It's just ordinary people asking questions. Well, that's great. So we're talking about biological intelligence, are we? Well, we have a whole hour. We're going to be talking for 40 minutes, I think, so we have time for questions. I will try and speak more slowly. For those of you who do not understand EU law, which we call European Community Law, this is an act. It, we call it regulation in Europe, which was adopted at European level. And it's published, obviously, in the official journal, which is translated into all the official languages. And it's called a regulation. It's the act. What it does is apply directly to the member states. And it's important to understand this. It's not like a directive. The directives require to be transposed into national legislation. So why did this not happen with the regulation for data protection? The idea is that everything be as coherent and consistent as possible at a legal level, in the sense that these are within the competences delegated to the member states. So that's the first distinction. The second point is that the Act text has been approved, but it has not entered into force. And this it means has to be published in the official journal. That is probably going to happen the next few days. It's been quite a long journey, and what's happened is that the European Council what you need to understand is that they are co-legislators. It's not just the European Parliament that legislates, but also the Council of Ministers. The Parliament represents the people, the Council represents the powers of state. In the latest legislative act is that the Council has adopted the text at its session on the 21st of May. So it's all very new. As I said, we're going to go into its effects in greater detail. But the point is that this text, although it was adopted by the Parliament in February, has been adapted and amended and modified along the way. These are technical and legislative and linguistic modifications and amendments. If I use, for instance, there are terms that are used in the Spanish version. We've been there's been a need to correct some of the ways that the terms have been translated, for instance, into Spanish, which is something that I've been working on. So sometimes there are little distinctions or differences in the use of certain words. But the idea is to be as faithful as possible to the original text. I'd like to start, and this is when I give my class on artificial intelligence, with this image. If we were doing this in person, I'd be asking you, what do you see? What do you think of when you see this image? This is a tsunami, and that's what I call AI. Firstly, because it's a technological phenomenon, it's disruptive, which disrupts the status quo and which obviously affects legal structures as well and practices. We're having lots of conversations about AI, and all kinds of sectors are affected. When we say it's disruptive or it's a tsunami, we need to ask two questions. What are we facing? Secondly, how can we find solutions to some of the challenges that are also opportunities? So, what are we facing? A technological phenomenon which is disruptive, has legal implications, and is totally revolutionary. And it's in continuous evolution. Even as I am explaining to you about this new regulation, the technology continues to evolve. But as it's a disruptive phenomenon, it's evolving in an unpredictable way. And this is very important in the general use technologies because we have to see how we can legislate this. We have some preliminary or partial solutions and some which are a little bit more complete. Now, what's the real point of disruption? The point is that we still don't know the effects that the problems that the disruption could bring further down the line. I always like to give you an introduction, which I think you probably had in one of the chats. So, how did we get here? This a new layer of innovation, which is built on technological advances and promises, which can be divided into three big groups. First, the extraordinary computing power, quantic computing, the power of processing on our cell phones. It was unthinkable only a few years ago. And that means that this computing power, which is now more accessible, such as cloud computing, for example, and it means that all of these data, which is the main input for AI, can be stored and processed using these powerful data analytical tools. The second contributing factor to the development of AI as we know it it's a little bit like, the science fiction stories of the 1940s and 1950s, or even the film about Alan Turing when he was trying to define the intelligence of machines as compared to humans. Today, the input from data analytics, which is underlying the the development of AI is datafied. What does this mean? It's an arbitrary format that can be understood by my machines. And that's very important because this is the main problem by which the main problems cannot be fully understood because originally the data wasn't structured and the machines couldn't deal with this. The data is digitalized, it's in English, in the language that the computers can understand. And finally, we're looking at the analysis of data. So it means that we have tools and algorithms that are far more robust and can process this quantity of data. The information that has been datafied and digitalized in such a way to achieve the results that AI is delivering us today. So this is the second thing to be taken into account. Then the issue which takes us to talking about AI is that this is a new technological phenomenon which is disruptive and revolutionary, which is these are different aspects of data analysis which form the basis for AI, and this is part of any technological development. And this presents us with legal challenges which have to do with ethics or self-regulation. And we will see that the governance schemes being developed, which apply to any kind of disruptive technology, like internet was at the beginning, it, this is this was at the time a major challenge in terms of regulation and governance, and this is something that we were working on. To, now, these aren't all of the legal challenges, but if we have a look at them, we can see, first of all, civil liability, damages, and so forth that the model could inflict. And then there are other aspects that are involved in the value chain. This is a directive that is currently being drafted and hasn't yet been proposed because we haven't got everything regulated. We're looking at a cross-cutting regulation which is going to govern AI, but this doesn't mean to say that there aren't many more challenges down the line to be tackled individually. We're talking about intellectual industrial property, basic human rights, product safety, cyber safety, data protection. We talk more about fundamental rights rather than human rights in the EU. The GPRD, which is a Data Protection Act, is virtually become obsolete with this latest regulation. There are a lot of connections between the personal protection data and what is being legislated about AI. So this presents us with a whole new raft of challenges. So this is a pending issue for legal authorities, for the jurists, and also for the European Union bodies. Now, how this interrelates with other legal regimes which have to do with digital law. This doesn't necessarily help us to govern AI because it's new, but it does have to do with the personal data protection. And just to mention a couple of things, we have the law which regulates digital data, data governance, Data Act, the Data Market Act. It's like a legal pyramid which is being built. And we still have a lot of tasks pending to interrelate all of these and how we can make all these different laws support each other. So in the recent Council of Ministers meeting, they requested a plan for the Commission to start studying all of these different laws to ensure consistency, the rule of law, and coherence in the application of the regulations. We could go on identifying different challenges to which there are as yet no answers. The issue of discrimination carried out by algorithms, which is all sort of covered by the Data Protection Act, but we also see that it's being embedded into this new regulation. The long road ahead of us to regulate AI in a holistic and cross-sectoral way is still ahead of us. Why do we talk about governance? All, all roads lead to governance in Europe because AI is a global phenomenon. It's disruptive, as we said, and it's in this fragmented world in which we live. National law can always provide a complete answer. So we have to look at this from the different points of view, including national laws. What has the EU found as an answer? What it's talking about is extraterritorial effects, and this depends on where each different AI system has been evolved, and to analyze the different points of contact it has with things at European level, which is dealt with in Article 2 of the regulation, and to see how the European norms can be applied independently of where these systems originate or their main markets within the value chain. Why should we talk about ethics? Well, ethics is a pillar of law and it has to be binding. Ethics are important, but we cannot leave it in the hands of the private sector because there's a conflict of interest. Independently of the best intentions and efforts that the private sector is making, like Google and an Alphabet, to have these independent and impartial ethics committees, that's not advanced. That's not enough, because we really do need to do is define binding ethics laws which oblige these companies to adhere to the rules. The main principles, recommendations, and guidelines included in this act are the most recent ones, and they include OECD principles, which gave rise to this new act on AI. In one of the preambles. And this defines ethics from an ex point of view and refers the subject to the experts which have been designated to deal with this matter. However, these ethical principles, even as they are being analyzed by these experts, at the moment, it's been only suggested that they form part of the self-regulation aspects, along with guidelines about behavior. But they haven't been included in more binding legislation. So what's the problem here? The problem is the parts that aren't binding, because there is no universal control over what different countries can do or sell when it comes to programming AI and using the data. So everybody can interpret ethics as they wish, like Professor Mantelero, for instance, who's one of the pioneers in studying the revolution of AI and its impact on the area of fundamental rights. He's written a number of documents, which we call the soft log, about recommendations, principles, and guidelines about ethics in the field of AI. Ethics, which was applied, has been applied to many years, for many years to the main companies active in the technological arena. Self-regulation continues to be important. There's a whole chapter dedicated to good practices. In this case, with a certain intervention from the authorities making up the governance of AI, which means that everything has to be approved by the European Commission, and something in which I believe are the standards. It's very important that we start to develop standards which are universally accepted not only by the European bodies but at a global level, which can help to self-regulate certain aspects of the application of AI. One of the standards is also about regulating two key aspects: health, for instance, where fundamental rights may be at risk, police surveillance, biometrics, segmented marketing campaigns, for instance. So that's a sector that will be affected. That will be affected by the regulations. We need to have some kind of surveillance aspects and standards in place. And I think that in that sense, the regulation is doing the right thing. Now, when it seems that ethics is not binding, perhaps it's too strong or the interpretation is not a universal one, then we have a situation like the one we've been talking about, where there's uncertainty and ambiguity. It is certainly true that the industry has failed to self-regulate adequately. It, it had all the right intentions to self-regulate, but at one point, the financial crisis of 2008 showed us that we shouldn't leave everything in the hands of the private sector, in that case the banks, and that it was necessary to intervene and introduce ethical standards. And this is a bit similar. What is the regulatory context? This is something that's very interesting. Some time has passed since 2018, when the paper about efficient governance in the era of AI was written, and this has an influence on the development of the current regulation. Firstly, we have to talk about people's interest in doing so. If you look at public policy codex, you can see all the list of initiatives that have been taken or adopted in the area of AI. Now, there is the factor of fear of the unknown, because people don't really understand what AI is. There are different interpretations of this. And there are some questions which have to do with the utopian and dystopian aspects of this. And the most worrying issue, and what we're going to be regulating specifically, I always mention that when Zuckerberg had to testify before the US Senate, the questions showed that there was total lack of knowledge of how social networks work. And this is that we're facing a similar situation. Now, the third point, within this paradox, we're looking at the opportunities of AI, which are pretty clear, which the regulation covers in a specific chapter on measures on innovation, and then it talks about the challenges which have been identified to date. And when I talk about a paradox, it's because the EU took a long time to understand that it has a single digital market with 400 or 500 people, where the social and economic opportunities presented by data analytics can be materialized. This means that it needs to take a number of measures which are reasonable and allow people to use and reuse the data within certain limits. And this is something that the EU has tried to establish in this act. We're talking about different areas in the area of health and safety, democracy, and so forth. Now, the issue is that all of this is in the context of geopolitics. The regulations and the different documents that European Commission handles have to be approved by all the member states. So this is a geopolitical issue. It's a competition. Obviously, there is competitiveness involved against principally the United States, which has so far been exploiting European data until we began to understand a little bit more about what the business implications were. So certain measures have been adopted then, and now it's developing an AI measure. We could talk about Chile or Russia or other countries that are working in this area. So there is a certain degree of competitiveness in the world. A Spanish legislator said to me that some of the dispositions in Biden's law on AI had been adopted into the EU's regulation on AI. Biden's law is far more limited in terms of the application of the laws, and it applies to federal agencies, and it's more about cybersecurity. But there is certain regulatory competences. Then there are other different poles at international level, like India or Russia. And in a world which is completely fragmented, where internet, which was born in a slightly romantic and naive way, and now we're talking about sovereignty of data, information sovereignty, and new barriers are going up where we may fall into the trap of national rights. So we always need to talk about global governance rather than national governance. And then the questions are obviously what should be regulated, what shouldn't be regulated, what kind of models should be applied, and so on and so forth. Now, talking about regulation per se, which is one of the pillars of this global governance, we'll look at some of the background to the AI Act. Here is a list of some of the key documents. I don't know how many pages, but basically there's a series of proceeding acts, parliamentary resolutions, commission decisions, the ethical principles that I already mentioned, a European Parliament resolution from 2017, which talked a lot about robotics, and that's kind of got faded away a little bit. But it was one of the first documents which tried to answer the issue of AI with regard to robotics. So they were talking about giving it legal personage to the developers of AI systems. Two key documents. The regulation presented by the European Commission in 2021 in April, which has taken 3 years to go through the process with an approved text by the Parliament and the Council, and the ethical principles, which I mentioned earlier. So these are the basic documents. The EU has lots of sites for those of you who are interested to carry out further investigation. In fact, the European Parliament has a parliamentary information office where there are a series of briefings and papers which are what the legislators read. So it's very important for you to know that it's not just for the lawyers, because we have to look at the way these legal documents are interpreted. And it's very important to ensure that the legislators are fully informed as possible. So go and check out those briefings and read the preambles, because in some aspects, which, and also in the annexes, there is a lot of content which is interesting to read. But you need to read the preambles to see what the interpretation of the legislative aspects are. Finally, as I said, on the 21st of March 2021, sorry, this is the earlier document. I can see it's but what I'm talking about is the May approved adoption of the document of this final version of the text. This is so you can see the entire legislative process. It's quite interesting. If you remember, I said it's been going on since April 2021 till May 2024. It's a process that took 3 years, discussions, negotiations, amendments, etc., involving all the institutions at their respective points. It was approved at a first reading within the Parliament, which means that there were no further observations from the different commissions. It was adopted by a majority on the 13th of March 2024, and then on the 21st of May, the final text was adopted. It's not yet binding. As I said, it hasn't yet been published in the official journal. Now, if you look at the text, it's important to understand the parliamentary process and the background to these negotiations, which ended up with these trilogue meetings, which is when tripartite meetings when the European Commission, Council, and Parliament sit down together. And now in December, this happened in under the Belgian presidency in December, and in January, the text was once again adapted and amended to approach what would be its final form. Now, this is simply just to give you an idea about the background. This enables you to understand that the AI models being treated have reached a state of consensus. That means that different groups had to make concessions to come to a consensus. There was major lobby on the part of the private sector as well as the member states. France, Germany, and Italy was a bloc, was generally more pro-industry and liberal. And this is because France is very keen to open it up to unicorns. The European Parliament's position is a little bit more centre, and was more preoccupied about fundamental rights. This means that general use AI models, which in this sense, the text isn't yet complete and has delegated to the Commission and the AI office, which will be the organ which will be in charge of supervising all the aspects related to general use of AI. The AI office, which has been set up, I think yesterday, the structure it will have and its tasks was approved yesterday, and it will be involved in all aspects to do with AI. The Commission has delegated its powers in this AI office. Right. Yes, we have we have an AI law or an act. I've been writing about this. And obviously, I'm being very involved in the text itself and how it could be translated into Spanish to come up with the final text. And obviously, I was very involved in all of the investigation that led to this final result. This is the general structure. Then at the end, I'll show you. I can give you a copy of the presentation, but this is a bit dense, as you can see. So you can read it at your leisure afterwards. But I want to make sure that everything is covered in my presentation. As you can see, it's a long and complex text. It's quite convoluted as well. There's lots of references to other measures, references to the annexes, and interrelations with other applicable measures in the European Union. 113 articles, 180 preambles, 13 annexes. It's about 450 pages. This table of contents, which I will leave you as in the presentation, has an interactive index, so you can go immediately to the sections using the hyperlink. And something else which I think is a fantastic when it comes to AI and its different uses, because in the slide you'll see an application which is a chatbot which answers FAQs about AI and the application of the measure. And I think it's a good addition to the measure. I think, however, it's always important to go back to the source and check for yourself. The scope of application, I'm going to speed through this a little bit. We've talked about extraterritorial aspects, and one thing that is important to underscore is that this is not a law of horizontal or cross-sectional application as regards each citizen residing in the European Union, but it defines key players in the value chain of the development and deployment of AI applications and specifies different responsibilities. For instance, if you are a person that is affected, you can identify that in the slide and you see the regulation that affects the rights pertaining to that person. For instance, if I'm a supplier, and this is where the largest number of obligations fall upon suppliers. They are identified with a specific role within the value chain, and the responsibilities of the deployment of AI are also defined, as are its applications. And there is what is a down the line, downstream supplier, which means that they have another role to play in the value chain. And then we have other kinds of suppliers, manufacturers, and other players. Each player is defined and has a specific role to play within the value chain, and that's important because the designation of responsibilities and rights and obligations is specified in the value chain, which includes production and distribution. One thing that we're going to be talking about later is that these are open source and free license systems, as and when there are no systemic issues and there is no interaction directly with natural persons, with individuals, or the use of personal profiles, which are always labeled high-risk AI system and can be a problem in the longer term. Now, first, this is possibly basic at this point. We do need to establish what AI is. A lot of people have been writing about AI and trying to come up with a universal definition applicable in the regulation. This is what it is. It's very important to see that not all AI systems are involved, like Excel sheets, for instance. An Excel sheet isn't an AI system because it can't be adapted, it can't learn, it can't develop new inferences using the data. Now, if that Excel spreadsheet, on the other hand, is part of a larger model where it's embedded into a more comprehensive system where, for instance, there's a chatbot involved, the chatbot can transform text or images into a voice even. So that's where we're using AI. But we need to be careful to define exactly what AI is and refer to this definition, which was adopted by the OECD. And although the regulation refers to the OECD in its preambles and provides an explanation of this as of its definitions. Let's look at the general model. You need to understand what the obligations are in the value chain. It's like ChatGPT, for instance. ChatGPT can sometimes put things in images too. And there you can see the different persons or subjects involved. And it's important to see the responsibilities and obligations of each one. What's particularly important about the value chain is to see something it's been quite well done by the legislators. The observations are not always the same, and the AI models of general use may be open and can be free at certain levels, and the codes can be modified. And these are tiny things that we need to understand so we can see how it applies to different sectors. Now, the regulation also talks about the life cycle of AI applications. It's quite long, it's iterative, and has to do with different stages or phases from the concept when you sit down with a developer until its deployment and implementation. There are lots of intermediate stages which one needs to understand, such as the subsite for data processing, which has to do with the, the development stage, and the deployment layer. We're not going to go into this at this point, but we need to talk about the value chain, the life cycle, application of AI, and we need to talk about the data processing cycle, because these are different ages. So here are the responsibilities. The important thing is that you need to check out Article 20 if you have any questions, where all of the obligations are described in detail. And you can see that most of them are incumbent upon the supplier. Moving on. This is fantastic. I didn't do this. You can see the credits at the top, but I think it's great in terms of legal engineering, a flowchart that shows us each of the successive aspects and what legislation or regime covers them, depending on what kind of player I am and whether the application answers to the objective sought. So I thought it was very interesting to show you this. It's not the main subject of my conversation, but I wanted to show you how we are working on the legal engineering side of things, the legal design side of things. The pyramid represents the main focus of the regulation, which is risk-based. The European Union, part of the issue has to do with risk and safety. If you look at Annex, it gives you all the harmonizing regulations by sector and specific use. It has a specific treatment given to AI systems which are associated to those measures and have to do with product safety, for instance. So this pyramid, which in our original proposal drawn up by the European Commission, did not have the top bit, which have to do with systematic risks of AI models of general use. I think it's pretty graphic and reflects risk levels on whether these are acceptable or unacceptable. Then there's high risk, which is governed by specific aspects. So here we're combining the stratification by player in the value chain and also by the kind of use according to the specific sector and the risk assigned by the regulation to that sector or specific use of AI systems. Also, a very important thing about this pyramid is that, like with any pyramid, we have the basic, which is the broadest sectors, but also the order in which it is. As you can see, the yellow is systemic risk. The high risk is very, very tall, and there is a reason for this because it defines a number of systems that fall into each of these categories. Well, prohibited uses, biometric data, use of biometric data, Finally, this is how the text looks. It has to do with social scoring. This is a little bit to distinguish ourselves from other countries which are perhaps more permissive in this aspect. Police surveillance, predictive police surveillance, all those sorts of applications are highly regulated. It's prohibited, in fact. Recognition of emotions using some kind of biometric aspects, and anything that has to do with using surveillance camera footage or images. So this is the red part of the pyramid, the top bit, the unacceptable risk bit. Then this is the second level, which are high-risk systems, which is the fattest part of the pyramid. And these are covered in Annex 3. So again, it's sector and use specific. We have biometric systems, critical infrastructure, education and personal information, essential services, all the different sectors, and that are described as high risk. Now, they're identified more specifically in Annex 3. Now, we have to see exactly what the use is for it to be high risk. There has to be a degree of harm involved to fundamental rights such as health, safety, fundamental rights, etc. I may have an application of use in the health sector, and if I ask, the supplier must be able to prove that this does not lead to harm to people's health or their fundamental rights. So we have to combine the sector and the specific use with significant harm to fundamental rights and the other legal aspects which govern that side of things. There are a series of general obligations. It's important to understand this, particularly in the context of high risk, which has to do with risk management and refers back to data governance. It has also to do with the way that systems are trained, the technical documentation that the supplier needs to have, and apart from the security obligations that the supplier has, is the evaluation of impact on fundamental rights. Another issue is the supervision, the surveillance of natural persons and those responsible for deploying the data and the system. There are certain features that have to do with the data, and we have to make sure that everything is properly protected in terms of cybersecurity. This is a synopsis of how we are working with the high-risk AI. General use AI models. This is a line of research and development which has been underway for quite some time. It means that AI is developed and trained for specific uses, particularly for practical application. In 2022, this led within the Parliament to the development of this particular sector. There was a lot of lobby from companies and from certain member states, France, Germany, and Italy. In this aspect, I think that the evaluation here is only partial. It's incomplete. And there is a general principle which associates computing capacity with the capacity to cause harm. It means that basically that there's a score given to things which evaluates the impact, and that in turn defines risk. There are lots of definitions about how the indicators are used to evaluate impact capacity and the capacity to inflict harm, which is a legal interpretation. And this is the area where different legislators can recognize this and delegates a lot of powers to the Commission's AI office so that they can start to correct the indicators being used. There's a lot of detail in the annexes, particularly 11, 12, and 13 of the regulation. To summarize, is a series of obligations which are horizontal, independently of the risk involved, which have to do with transparency, interaction between people, biotext and image, so that everybody knows clearly who they are interacting with, the emotion recognition systems, and everything that has to do with deep fake. There is also a series of measures that have to be taken in the context of deployment to avoid deceiving the end users or misleading them about the content of these services. So everything must be very clear, must be distinguishable, so that anybody who is interacting knows that they are dealing with an AI agent. Governance, and with this I will wind up. These are a number of different organizations involved. European Commission, which has lots of powers delegated in it and is managing some critical pieces, particularly the annexes, which have got a lot of technical content, particularly general use models. Then we have the European Committee, which has the powers to delegate and has a number of representatives from each member state, which is also involved in the data protection, personal data protection commission. And they're also very much involved in governance. Then the advisory committee, which is once again representative of different interest groups. It's multidisciplinary, and I think it's a major contributor to the regulation, and a new figure which has been regulated, which is an independent scientific body, which will be the repository of knowledge on AI for general use. And this group is made up of different disciplines, but mostly from data science. Now, they can issue alerts. Now, what I was saying earlier about the unknown effects of AI for general use, well, this group of experts can issue alerts to the Commission, and the Commission can adopt and determine that certain applications have a systemic risk and regulate them accordingly. National competent bodies, which includes market surveillance authorities, and these are national authorities or national bodies, legal bodies, and also European legal bodies who are in charge of applying the regulation and enforcing it and ensuring compliance. So these bodies are going to be in charge of authorizing and ensuring that the regulation is complied with. And then finally, we have the notifying bodies, and they're involved in different security policies according to the regulations or national legislation in each member state. These are other important bodies involved, such as the European Commission, which will approve the code of conduct, the interpretive guidelines, approval of standards, imposing sanctions, and what they call delegated acts. This is a power that has to do with, for instance, to define systemic risk. It says that, for instance, the Commission can develop further standards to regulate specific criteria. So it's a work in progress. So once again, when you have a look at the text, you can see the articles, the annex, and the preambles, and specifically which are the different guidelines that the European Commission is in charge of applying. And then, as I said, the AI office, which was created very recently, and the structure was just set up yesterday or the day before that, has a lot of powers, and basically it's going to be the institution in charge of monitoring the application of the regulation about AI for general use. We have sanctions. There is a general principle which has to do with the company, its circumstances, effectiveness. This is a work in progress. Again, it's evolving, and as you can see, as regards startups, will be obviously the fines will be lower, so it's proportional. This slide is something that you need to study. It still hasn't been published in the official journal, so it will not be effective until 20 days after its publication. And then there is an adaptation period of 24 months. These terms may end up, this time schedule may be less, particularly when it comes to high-risk AI, and that has an application period of 36 months. In each case, there is a different time schedule given to each system, so I can understand how effective when it comes into application for each system. To wind up, I want to talk about opportunities and challenges. I haven't talked very much about opportunities so far, because this is really a moment of great innovation. We've carried out tests in sandbox situations, but we've also carried out tests in real conditions, which is very favorable for the industry, particularly when it comes to the different applications. Not only because we need to test it, and it's very interactive, and we understand that people have to train systems and eliminate biases and carry out tests in the early phases, but because thanks to trial and error, as you know, this is how you detect mistakes and can correct them. You can correct the algorithms and things like that. So controlled environments in sandbox situations, and also real-life situations where they have to carry out a number of tests which have to be approved by the European Commission. As you can see, this text is quite ambitious because it's extraterritorial and because the European Union wants there to be a standard for the development and deployment of AI applications around the world. which goes a step further than the Data Protection Act. This is what's known as the Brussels effect. It's complex, it's very dense, it's very convoluted. You have to browse through the different parts of the regulation. We have to refer back to the definitions in Article 3, including the definition of AI itself, because it specifies what's covered and what isn't, and it's pretty unequivocal. And finally, you need to know this text is a result of consensus and compromise. It was a complex debate under a lot of pressure, particularly when it came to definitions. And then you have to look at the way that how it interacts with other measures and what we're calling the codification, the digital codification of AI. We need to ensure an efficient rollout of implementation throughout the different institutions involved, including the governance of these tasks, and we need to know how the authorities, the member states, are going to work with the European Union bodies to ensure that this is uniformly applied, to see how the codes of conduct are going to evolve. There's a lot of work to be done by all these different players, and how it depends very much on how they work together in the aspect of governance. But this is the first horizontal standalone law. Everything is a learning curve. As you know, we carry this out, and the different parts of this legislation that are still pending, that we talked about earlier, such as the legal challenges, are worked on, particularly the legislation on digital matters. As that evolves, we will continue to sort out and iron out the problems. We always have to take into account fundamental freedoms and rights, and bear in mind intellectual property rights, corporate rights, and other legal rights which are currently being discussed, as we need to find ways of solving this. All of the tests that are being carried out in sandboxes will be incredibly important when it comes to understanding what's needed to create a public repository of information about AI. Trial and error is fundamental. The model is obviously needs to be improved. I think that it's important to focus on the risk and make sure that the legislation applies specifically to the life cycle aspects. It's got to be as tangible as possible, because we need to ensure that we have the CE brand or copyright. It's quite difficult to apply to softwares and systems because it's intangible, but in fact that's not quite the case. There is a value chain involved, and it must be branded and approved to show that it complies with the law. Here we have the exceptions. It's still a little ambiguous, it's still a little vague. Where we've got the offices, the standards, the code of conduct, and obviously the role played by justice. When we're talking about data protection, we're also talking about different aspects that have to be dealt with, because this is part of the many challenges that disruption brought by these new technologies brings. So here we are. I hope that you've understood a little bit about the evolution of this new technology, which is growing so quickly and moving so fast. And the idea is, what we want to do is respond to a reality which is constantly one step ahead of us. The idea is that we try as hard as we can to resolve this by using all the methods at our disposal, not just analog but digital, and even employing AI to help us. Here are some resources that could be of interest for you if you want to continue your research. And of course, there's my contact data too, so you can contact me. Okay. Right. These are my contact details. And a round of applause for Jorge. So I hope I've been able to shed some light on an issue which has been so complex. There are not as yet many people talking about the regulation. We're still digesting it. It's a very dense issue, and there's still many issues that are yet to be resolved. Right, a round of applause for Jorge. Thank you. We have lots of hands up, keen to ask questions, but we don't have very much time. So I'll just take two or three questions together. I love the level of detail you include in your presentation. And I think it would be great if you could share the PDF with us because we would be able to spend more time on it. Let's take three questions. We have Luis Miguel online already waiting for us. We're not talking about Luis Miguel the singer. No, Luis Miguel Martinez has the same name. He's a friend of ours from Mexico who is patiently waiting to come online. Hi, Jorge, how are you? I'm Ana Lucia from Peru. I have this question. What is the limit of the state of governance? Because you were saying that self-regulation is very, very important. So, what are things perhaps a little tougher than we've been led to believe? Hi, Jorge. Thank you for the presentation. It was a bit overwhelming, really. It's a lot of information, and we'd be very grateful to be able to see your presentation and digest it with more at more leisure. I'm Rosa Yelen. I'm an expert in IT project management, and what you were talking about the life cycle and how each of the stages has been regulated. I'd like to know a little bit more about the process and how you identified each point to be tackled. And as this is a global regulation, I'd be very keen to know what chances there are of being able to play a role in this regulation from these latitudes. One more over here. Oh, there's so many hands up. You just need to send Jorge a mail, okay? Oh, yes, absolutely. I love talking to students, so please send all the questions that you'd like to send. One more question. Hi, Jorge. I'm Victor from Brazil. Yesterday, we had a presentation about AI from Patrick from the European Council. Patrick Penny from the European Council. He said that that in geopolitical terms, Europe is not a producer of AI, but more a regulator of the industry. China and the US produce the technologies, and Europe regulates them. That was just a general appreciation. So, what do you think of this global reality? What influence did it have on the development of the AI Act? Over to you, Jorge. I'll try and answer as best I can. The limits of governance is a very good question. Has to be a local limit, obviously. Each country has to establish this according to its own legislation, its laws, its values, its culture, its rights. And then industry has to do its part. They need to go into the nitty-gritty of the regulation. We have set the principles, And now we need to allow an organ, which could be a regulatory or a surveillance organ, to get into the nitty-gritty of the fine print, to look at different aspects of the application of the principles. Now, the objective of the regulation is to limit the risks and protect the rule of law and democracy, but it also wants to encourage innovation. So perhaps we need to balance this a little bit better. Particularly, we need to involve citizenry. We need to involve civil society in the AI committee and also the independent experts committee. Why am I saying this? Because sometimes people only interpret what citizens want, and these ends up creating monsters, and the idea is to offset that possibility. So the European Union basically is at this crossroads at the moment. It's realized that it has a legal framework in place. It can foster a data based economy, but it needs to be more inclusive. It needs to strengthen the rule of law. And I think so far we only have two unicorns, Mistral, which is in France, and one in Italy. So the results there are going to be a bit limited. Now, what I was saying earlier is that the European Commission constantly evaluates or assesses the efficacy of what it's doing. And of course, there will be changes along the way, but at least there's an opportunity to start regulating AI through this legislation, and then we'll see whether it's actually being met and complied with. And there's an awful lot to be done yet on this roadmap. For instance, the digital codification. Now, regarding the different stages, I think Eric asked that question. The life cycle. The issue was mostly the AI for general use because people understood that there was a general training involved and that we had to differentiate between these phases and include trial and error. And particularly when it came to regulating the quality and the quantity of data involved, as well as data governance and data management. Perhaps deployment was more of an issue in the later stages, rather more than codes. There is only one sole implementing body, but there may be many more involved downstream as we move ahead. So perhaps what was happening was that we at different stages we didn't necessarily know who the main players were, so it took time to identify them. And this all contributed to the legislation on AI for general use. It's as yet preliminary. It's a compromise text. A lot of powers have been delegated, but that's where we are. Another round of applause for Jorge.
Many questions are pending. However, they will be made over email. And please send us the copy of the PowerPoint. I will use it in class and I'll borrow some ideas from you and take advantage of your generosity with all this know. Thank you very much. Greetings from here, from students, from Adrian, Oscar, Jaime, and the whole team. Local, international students, people that are online. I hope to see you in some place, somewhere else, probably in Europe. Thank you. Thank you, Oscar, Adrian, and Olga. It's great to be here, and hopefully, this avatar does not become a metaverse. Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye.
¿En serio me voy a poner a estudiar?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to see later the presentation. There's a wealth of information that I would like to study that and then share it with you. What caught my attention was a codex from Stanford where they have all regulations. Do you have that link? If not, I will borrow from Jorge because in terms of AI regulations, there are many in effect in many places. Let's see what the future will bring for Latin America. We have Luis Miguel that has been online for some time. Yes, can you hear me? Sorry for the delays, but Jorge's presentation was very interesting. You were connected to YouTube, right? Yes. I was following the early morning sessions and the SSIG sessions and talks have been very interesting. What Jorge presented are ideas that we reflect upon and that we always consider because, in a way, it's paving the way for the future, setting the course for the near future. First and foremost, I would like to commend you because of the Ulysses Award that you won yesterday. It's a great recognition and acknowledgement for all the work that you have done for now on internet governance. So, my commendments and a round of applause from the city of Mexico. Thank you. Luis Miguel is a colleague, he's an engineer that works with me. You know what they tell about engineers? We're very excited with ideas that are no interest for anybody, and we share this interest. He's a professor at the university, and he's a member of the Global Board of Internet Society, ISOC. What are you teaching? I always see the classes and the activities. I'm an academician at the Ibero-American University in the city of Mexico. Good, because we have students that are online, and then we have also domestic and international students. He's gonna be speaking about development, rights, democracy, digital democracy. That are the three Ds of communications. We have simultaneous interpretation into English, and we have one of the best translators that survived. Some of the panelists that speak very very fast. So if you rather or if you speak rather slow, it's much better for them. I know that you speak fast, but the floor is all yours, and welcome. Thank you. I like a term coined or used by Jorge. He talked about legal engineering. When it comes to regulation, when it comes to governance, you come to realize this that this development or conceptual frameworks are built upon three large building blocks. One is the technical group, the legal, and the social groups. What makes us good at assessing is the understanding of the three pillars to see what's feasible from the technical standpoint and the regulations that govern the specific technology and the social impact on them. And this has led me to this research that I'm going to be discussing. It's not going to delve into the research, but on this model, on what we usually refer to as with usually politicians. For example, we have elections being held in Mexico, as is the typical thing in Latin America. Usually, politicians promise or make promises, and usually they don't have the necessary knowledge. So we need to see if they have some ideas or an understanding of what they are saying or what they are promising. And I'm going to tell you what happened in this country. So I'll try to do it as practical and less technical as possible and address it from the social standpoint. Here we have two essential questions that may be converging to one from different angles. When are telecommunications taken as a society? Because we have the general belief that technology is neutral. However, that is not the case because technology is not neutral at all. And we have demonstrated this in multiple occasions. So we need to focus on geopolitics in order to understand that technology has a social impact. And we believe that this technology will be or should be positive or beneficial for society. So in order to have what do we need or what do we require for the legitimations to improve society in the near future? And for us, it's 2030, when is the end of the 2030 agenda in terms of sustainable development, and is when the Mexico evolution period finishes. And in the next 5 years, we're going to witness great social challenges. We have heard, read, or seen that transformation of society is a result of policy implemented by administrations and the result from internal or external plans relative to investment, economic factors, or social demands. And this goes hand in hand with work development, research, or electoral campaigns, or research done in during elections. So there's a cause and effect, and this has led me to think of Nishikawa, one of my favorite writers, when he analyzed causalities. The three M's are in English: money, machinery, people, and methodologies. So these causalities between idea and the results of the impacts of society had to do with these four pillars. Something very important is that when we speak of telecommunications, we're including the internet and AI as enablers of social changes. Before, we were making a difference in telecommunications, communications, and the internet. And right now, it's a combination of the three. And another thing that we need to take into account, what the ITU development group says, is that these enablers are a way of working, allowing the union to fulfill the objectives and priorities efficiently and effectively. From the point of view of engineers, we want things to be effective and efficient to tap resources as efficiently as possible. As I was saying, 2024 is not a year of elections, but also there are elections held in 64 countries plus the EU. So if we see the map published by Time magazine, you will see that in large proportion is under some electoral processes. It's interesting to split the world into like global south and global north. Apparently, the north is winning, especially Mexico, Africa, and India are in the global south, but a large proportion is covered by Russia when things are not really clear there. However, the choice that impacts us, for those of us that are involved in the internet, is the EU frameworks with the GDPR and AI regulations. that puts technology front and center. And then the elections held in the United States that has a socio-economic relevant effect in most of the world economies. As I was saying, it's time of promises, time to hear politicians. And this is what happens with the electoral candidates. We have two. We don't have neither Biden nor Trump. But when speaking with corporations and executives during campaigns or electoral campaigns, politicians during that time they wanna offer certainty. Certainty was primarily focused before on political ideas, legal ideas, and economic ideas as well. Long term social stability, social development as well, and telecommunications developments because it's important that for those of us that are here in this school with our countries, we need to try to understand how representative telecommunications are, what is the value that they may contribute. In Mexico, telecommunications is like $660 billion, is like 2.2 of our GDP. It's 1% of the GDP is what we recommend by the OECD as a portion of investment that should be made on or in education. So this is the the market share of telecommunications is in our countries. So also apart from politics, we have hacking and attacks, and especially in the internet, there's a project in the Internet Society that measures the impact and quantifies what the impact of shutdowns or downtime in order to restrict freedom of expression. Why is that? Because at the core of the ITU, governments argue that they have to control the media in order to guarantee social stability, and there are governments in this world that probably they consider that it's convenient to have, I don't know, freedom of speech or to hinder freedom of speech, and they hinder communication. This is what the map shows in terms of shutdowns, and this is the largest democracy of the world. It's happening especially in India. These resources quantify the shutdowns or the blackouts. Latin America is a very healthy community where you don't have these political intentions to hinder freedom of speech or to shut down the internet. What I'm going to address are the three Ds of communication. It would be digital democracy, rights, and development, or telecommunications development. The three Ds are pieces of a puzzle because one may think that one is before the other one, and at the end of the presentation, I would like to know why I fit each piece accordingly. The thing is that the brink modifier digital could come either way, and you need to be careful when we think of digital rights. Why is that? Because we need to make a difference between rights in the digital arena and digital rights that happen as a portrayal of the reality where we are immersed. So all these three words share. these variances. They could be noun or adjective. As I said before, motivation comes as a result of what is possible, what we're being offered. In the case of AI, and in the case of political campaigns in Mexico, AI was not really addressed, especially when this concept is booming in Europe. And these are political campaigns that take a long time to prepare, and sometimes they take statements where they are playing safe and that they are not going to put at risk any political candidates. So, what we know is that these electoral proposals, eventually, the winner or the party that wins will have the possibility to turn them into public policy because these are the government actions that they have devised. But unfortunately, these proposals arise out of three origins: facts, social demands, and hype, the fad, marketing. So it really caught my attention that AI was not really included in the political campaigns here in Mexico that ended up yesterday. But it's great to see, and it's interesting to see how these processes are involved. And these respond to plans such as in regional organizations like CITEL, is the Ibero-American state organizations, and international organizations like the ITU. And sometimes we believe that this is a myth or that the multi-stakeholder approach is a myth, but eventually the way we believe or we see internet governance, and as a matter of fact, I'm an advocate of what it stands for and of what may stand for as an indirect impact of working with this model. But these are smoke signals where we do not have basically certainty, and that is how politics work. So, based on the pandemic, or as of the pandemic, it's not something that we should forget, but the published documents published by the UN, there was a high level report that was directly written by Microsoft, by the Microsoft Foundation, and then the roadmap. Both are available over the internet. Later, I'm going to share this in my presentation and some footnotes on the literature where you can expand and dwell on these observations. However, there are 8 clear actions or lines of actions that we need in order to fulfill the Millennium Development that have to do with connectivity, public goods, inclusion, strengthening digital capacities, and then human rights protection, global cooperation, confidence, or reliability in architecture. In the last summit of telecommunication development that was held in Kigali in Rwanda, there were statements addressed that they were turned into a document with the plan of action of Kigali that defines 5 elements. And these 5 priorities, I adopt them and I consider them enablers of technology. So the hypothesis that we're observing is that all these electoral observation exercises that were conducted between 2006 and 18 allow us to see that most of these electoral promises from the winning politician usually turn into public policy or line of action on the part of the government. If we study or assess these public policies, we will be looking basically what the future will bring. And there are things that are growing at an alarming rate. Let's see how we can address this context. The first one is digital democracy. It is very complex to define accurately what digital democracy is. Rosalind Fuller defined that digital democracy could be self governed, facilitating digital instantaneous communication between peers. And sometimes there is a misleading idea that even though we have the capability of communicating ourselves through the internet, cheap and pervasive and omnipresent, will take it to a more democratic status. Yeah, that is the case, but sometimes it's not. It facilitates involvement, which is essential for democracy, but at the end of the day, it's only solving a minor idea, because to have digital democracy, there should be a digital government, digital voting at least. And here we have the adjective that is digital and the noun that is democracy. Democracy in digital terms is related as what we said in Mexico, that we are going to democratize the internet. It's outrageous because the internet is democratic in nature. And then the other idea is to use digital to have a more democratic environment, and that explains what happens with the shutdowns. Eventually, internet facilitates democracy with three factors. One is frequency, that is constantly listening or receiving information, and you will be aware of what's going on in the elections in line with the devices that receive certain publicity or advertising. In the case of item number two is transparency, because this allows to have the right to have access to information. And then communication between peers, that another principle that democracy has, to operate in a horizontal plane and to reduce the control of authoritarian governments. Now, the second one, and the most controversial one, that are digital rights. As a matter of fact, we cannot define it. And it's explained as this. This was argued in the government of Spain in the Digital Rights Charter. Digital rights are merely fundamental rights that we can exercise or that we intend to exercise on a daily basis, that have to do with human rights, with the rights contained in the Universal Charter, and because of the digital nature, they may be construed differently. Yeah, there are things that may happen that have to do strictly with the digital, and that is information privacy or security. And to the left, we have some parts where we have the digital rights charter: freedom, equality, participation, labor, corporate, and digital rights on specific environments. And then we have Iberdrola arguing what we are changing by means of digital rights. We have the rights of anonymity and forgetfulness, and everything that has to do with protection of minors. So, whenever we see the legislation, we gotta see how they address digital rights, because these are merely fundamental rights in every democracy, adapted eventually to the digital arena. And finally, digital development is a social way of calling social transformation. A social transformation is the development and the use of telecommunications and ICTs and apps to reduce the digital divide. Because before we thought of a single or a unique or multiple digital divides and to empower people and societies for sustainable development. So this is where the effect of telecommunication lies in reducing the digital divide and having a social positive impact. Now, this research considered the priorities of the Kiali Plan of Action guidelines that are included in this quadrant, and we call them enablers so that the proposals that we have to the left are not only in the political arena because any proposal that may be turned into public policy goes through this pipeline where we have weighing and quantitative factors, and we transform this discourse in scoring or quantitative measures that will allow us to compare these proposals. At the end of the day, what comes in as a proposal will be turned into products or services. And what is it that we find after doing research on publications by electoral proposals? By law, they need to publish a document before holding these electoral campaigns. And the follow up in newspapers and the documents that are specific to every single candidate shows that we have identified low interest in telecommunications. As a matter of fact, both society and politicians are not really giving importance to these topics. Evidently, there are other priorities such as domestic violence, the economy, but telecommunications is also of high value, especially during these frameworks. And we found that there was a decrease in the proposal or in the ideas. Most of the proposals were referring to three topics. First, digital transformation, connectivity, affordable connectivity, and the legal and the regulatory framework. All the proposal comes through both axes, and what is right here below is what you need to enable them, and on top you have the impact when enabling these two things. So, this is why the legal environment is phasing out because it offers changes in legislation. Now, the issue is that these proposals are not quantifying the resources required for their deployment. When we quantify these policies, we thought that we required 10% of the $660 billion, like launching internet satellites to have full coverage of Mexico, to have acceptable connectivity in the municipalities and districts in the country. And then topics such as inclusion. We offer the possibility for everybody to use telecommunications and emerging technologies such as platforms that will facilitate our lives as if by magic or streamline some of the paperwork and the infrastructure. Why is that? Because infrastructure is the key issue in telecommunications, it's the engine that drives the economic sector and is what proposes a change because it's the engine that drives the economy. And then political groups, you have political practices here. Each group has made different proposals in these five enablers. Now, interestingly enough, most of these proposals come from the digital transformation pillar. So we are seeking a transformation in digital communications. We're not really segregating the legal, the technical, and the society building blocks. We want digital transformation to change the environment and to change our reality as well. As I was saying, if we draw conclusions, most of these efforts have to do with digital transformation and affordable connectivity. And in this case, given the Internet Society chapters, we have invested heavily through our foundation. Sarah is going to talk about this, especially for the purposes of have affordable connectivity and meaningful proposals through the Internet Society and digital transformation is what we are doing, whereas we are building some sort of environment that will allow for more sustainability, and in turn we will have most of the inclusion. Because if we think that it's going to have a sidebar, no, it's not going to be the case. It's underpinning the government, society, and from society to the government. So we need to think of statistics as well. If not, we are going to be not addressing effectively the causality models of Chicago. And the end is digital democracy is what fulfills us as society. And if we don't think of digital development, we cannot fulfill digital democracy. And in between, we have to develop digital rights. So, picking up Jorge's idea on AI, it's clear because the technology was built, then discussed rights, and eventually we got to regulation, thinking that these fundamental rights are not affected or affecting the status of digital democracy that is key for Europeans. Let me leave a takeaway addressed by Ben Cerf that spoke during the first day here at SSIG. Ben Cerf said whether the access to internet needs to be a right. And he says, improving the internet is just a medium, although it's important to improve the human condition and it should be done considering civil rights and human rights deserving protection without intending that this access is not a right, it's an enabler or a tool for something that exceeds the expectations that we engineers have. Thank you very much. You have my email address. And if you have any questions, I will gladly take them. Thank you.
Lots of hands are going up. I'll be right with you. I'm just getting one of the mics sorted out. Okay, let's see who's going to ask the first question. And we're also taking questions from the virtual floor as well. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm from Bolivia. Telecoms have changed a lot over time because before they used to work on mobile telephony and now it's no longer profitable. So IPTV and streaming have been introduced, and IPTV works through an infrastructure which guarantees the quality of service. And in Bolivia, we've had an issue about regulation of EPTV and streaming, and EPTV, which is one of the streaming companies, has had issues. So, do you think that this is where we should be innovating in telecoms with the ISPs today, or do you think they should change their commercial model in order to survive? Well, in fact, that is a raison d'etre of a regulator in most countries, which what they are trying to achieve is for this to be an autonomous body. Now, unfortunately, there is not an autonomous regulatory body in all countries. In the UNCTAD, there is a regulation which covers this, but basically, you can't be both judge and jury. There are major players involved, and what they're doing is to defend the monopolies. Most of the telecommunication companies were born of monopolies, at least at a regional level. And in Mexico, the largest telecoms operator controls 65% of the market. So any regulatory result is going to attack their economic interests, which means that there must be a regulatory body, and they have to give the opportunities to smaller companies and put a stop to some of the activities of the larger ones. Now, like all good monopolies, telecommunication companies, once they've developed their business and it's profitable, well, what they're doing is trying to defend their interests as best possible. Now, this has led to the situation whereby they've implemented things whereby if they haven't necessarily had an economic monopoly, they've had one based on intellectual property, thus preventing new competitors from entering the market to their economic benefit. So basically, everything's about money in the world today. And in the world of the development of telecommunications, this is also a factor. However, there must be greater competition. So we're not talking about prohibiting IPTV, but understanding that this is a way of regulating a monopoly in one area of telecommunications, which is TV, where competition may be tougher and the de facto monopolies may be better grounded. Not necessarily this because the value of the channels of the companies is pretty high. I'm delighted to meet you. I'm Alma. I'm taking a master's in political science in the university in Brazil. My question is more about digital platforms and deep fakes, freedom of expression. I think this is going to be a really big problem in the future, particularly when it comes to elections. We also have elections in Brazil, but they're not presidential elections. We have municipal elections, and we have a lot of problems with regulation as well. So my question is with reference to the challenge that we face and in the field of digital rights, and I'd like to know what you think about the responsibilities of the intermediaries, particularly in the context of electoral campaigns. Can you tell us a little bit about how these companies could be regulated to strengthen digital democracy? Thank you. Hi. Well, let's think. A political candidate is at the end of a chain of people who are building an image which seeks to capture power through votes in the context of an election which legitimizes their position. And in this image building process, there are intermediaries, as you said, there are experts who contribute ideas, information appears which prompts us to build a specific image. Now, in this chain, everybody has a responsibility. Now, when we study the case of when we study what we're being offered, we don't study the candidates to our universities, but we talk to the people who develop their strategies, their proposals, so that we can understand where they're coming from. We also invite people who are in charge of transmitting the technical details of these proposals, because what we're talking about is prospective analysis, and probably upcoming editions of the South School, we will be talking about prospective analysis, because at the end of the day, it's something that, as a tool, can't predict the future because nothing can, but it can give us an idea of where things are going. The issue of the intermediary has to do with human communication. And this also has the problem of remediation. And this doesn't mean fixing things, but rather re-signifying content, as the intermediary was unable or did not develop the proposal and doesn't understand the legal or conceptual framework of the proposal. He transmits what he can understand. And in that process of communication, things fall by the wayside. And what we need to evaluate are just how important these failures or losses of information are. For instance, one electoral proposal talks about providing internet across Mexico by launching a satellite, which would be about $500 million. Well, there's nothing more loopy than imagining that just one single communication satellite would solve the issue of access to internet throughout the country. That's proof of how we understand the, what we're being offered. And we should be scared of the fact that as a society, whoever wins the elections will be taking that line. So until somebody proves the opposite, that's where we are. Thank you. Okay. We're very behind, but we've got your contact, Luis Miguel. That was very interesting. All the processes taking place in our region. Well, another round of applause for Luis Miguel. Thank you. Greetings to Violeta, and we hope to welcome you soon in this part of the world. Greetings from Adriana and Oscar and the team. Bye bye and thank you. So we've got coffee and we're horribly behind today. I've got the next two panelists. I've already told them that we're running a little late. So we hope that they'll be able to accommodate their agendas. Over to the coffee break.
Hola, vamos. Ahora empieza la etapa.
Oh, I can see that now we've got to the stage where everybody's taking pictures and selfies and what have you. It's like a graduate's trip, isn't it? We're we're running a little behind. So we have two very interesting presentations today. Things that have to do with technology, with society. Our dear friend from of the school, Arturo Cabanas. Arturo, sorry that we're running so late. We had such an interesting couple of chats this morning, and really we were quite delayed because everybody was so interested. Don't worry. Arturo works in Amazon Web Services, which provides cloud services, and today he's going to be telling us about resilience in the cloud, challenges and benefits, something that raises a lot of interest. We still have an hour left I'm sure that we're going to have lots of questions, so I do hope that we have time. Once again, I'm so sorry that we're running late, but these things happen. Thank you for being flexible. It's an honor to be here and particularly to be able to talk to you about this subject. It's extraordinary to see how the community is growing year after year. So it's great to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. You know what? We got a prize from the WICES, from the International Telecommunications Union on Tuesday. We have been nominated on various occasions before, and 2 years ago we made it to the short list in 2022, the last five, but this year we won the category for international cooperation, so we're delighted. And thanks to all of you who helped us with this program. It's not just the organizing team, but the students and the experts and the sponsors who help us to make this event such a success year after year. Well, I'm not surprised you won, but congratulations. Well, hello everybody. I think that you have my name up here. I'm Arturo Cabaños. I'm the head of security and compliance for Latin America, Canada, and the Caribbean for Amazon Web Services. Today, I'm going to be talking about something that could be quite complex. I've seen some talks that have ended up being very complex. But so my idea is to talk about these concepts that I think is very important that everybody understand them and be able to understand them easily through examples which I hope can be of practical use to you. The idea is that by the end of the presentation, you'll be able to understand what it means to be resilient in general, what it is to be resilient in the cloud, and what are the challenges and benefits that we can reap. Let's start with something more technical. I'm going to try and translate this in a way that you can understand. So, first of all, let's define what a cloud is. Here, I'm going to tell you what it is. There are different definitions, but the most simple one is one here. It's a way of executing applications, networks, and other resources like AI, which is on everybody's lips, without having to manage a data center. And it's got to be a utility service. It's like electricity. When you connect something, you get electricity. When you plug it in, you have electricity. When you unplug it, we don't. By the way, we have simultaneous translation. So please, could you talk just a tiny bit more slowly? Sorry to interrupt. No problem. Oh, sorry, I do tend to speak fast when I get carried away. There's another way of understanding what cloud services are, and this is by comparing them. If we compare the services of a traditional data center to those provided in the cloud, let's look at the picture on the left when it says traditional infrastructure. Data centers, which you can see near your cities. When you use these services, you have to acquire the right equipment, like servers. These servers require initial investment. It's never under $5,000. They can be as much as 100,000. You need people who know how to operate it with long-term contracts for maintenance purposes. If you remember, I said that web services can be utilities like electricity, and this example, you can see that when you use web services, you don't pay up front. You just pay for it when you don't just pay for it when you use it. It's like a monthly bill. It can be escalated up or down. If you need more servers or more space or more capacity to store your AI services, then you are going to need see it expanding or contracting according to your needs. There are many other definitions, but I try to keep it as simple as possible. Let's move on. Resiliency. What is resilience? When it's operational, when it's in the cloud, there are lots of definitions. What I've tried to pare it down to is the most common definition. It's basically the capability to withstand or recover from an interruption. How can we limit or delimit the fact that our application or service, how can we prevent it from being interrupted? For example, if internet falls or you have a power cut, or if there's an error, or if there's a hacker's attack, how can you ensure that it continues to provide services? That's what resilience is about. On the left, we can see how what could happen in specific cases for the financial sector if we don't take resiliency into account. We want to be in the little green circle, normal operational situation. But in this could be in a platform where clients can make or receive payments. But if we don't take resilience into account, our problems will snowball, as this could have an impact on our clients, on our business units, and even on the financial sector as a whole, which is a big deal. The problem we have is that everything breaks down all the time. We need to build systems that take errors as something natural. It's not whether it's going to happen or not, it's when it's going to happen. And on that premise, I want to bring two examples to the table. Let's look at a hypothetical case. This is Juan. He's just been hired. This could be you in the future. He's going to be responsible for creating an infrastructure for a new bank. It's just developing its services, and it wants to use the cloud. And we're going to launch an app to make and receive payments, and we want it to be very resilient. We want our clients to feel secure, to be able to sleep soundly at night. We want to make sure that whatever happens, the clients will not be affected. So I'm going to tell you about this hypothetical case of what Juan would do. But the first thing he's going to ask himself is, how do I build a resilient system? How do I do it? Where do I build it? Will it be enough? So the first thing is, what happens if I use my own means to build it? If I build my own data centers? This was very common in the 80s, 90s, and the beginning of the noughties. But this is a hypothetical case. So let's imagine that Juan is going to go down this road. The first thing that tends to happen, or tended to happen, when somebody built a resilient data center architecture was to choose the locations, because we need two data centers, one to serve as a backup if the first one goes down. So then the first thing you need to do is to have a construction when you build these two data centers at various kilometers distance from each other, because there might be an earthquake or a hurricane, and we don't want them both to go down at the same time. And then we would build these two different data centers in these two locations, and they are probably going to be connected by fiber optics cable, so that if one goes down, the other can simply slip into place. So Juan starts to build this. Now, in each data center, I'm going to place servers and databases, which are going to store the information, and servers, which will process the information. They are replicas of each other. Now, as it's built, this will enable Juan to have exactly the same information available at exactly the same time in both data centers. Because as soon as a piece of data goes into one, it'll go into the other. The point being that if you lose one piece of data in one data center, it'll be available in the other. With this, how can this architecture be communicate with the end user? This is very simple. The consumer is the end client, and he says, I want to pay money to my mum. They don't need to worry about what's going on behind it. But for Juan, he needs to know that the consumer is going to use the application, is going to request that a payment be made. And this request goes through the DNS. The DNS says, this goes to data center 1, which is receiving the information. Data center 1 answers it, and consumer sends the money to their mum. Not terribly complicated. But things may happen. As our CTO says, what happens if there's a fire or flooding or a power outage and the data center that Juan built goes down? Well, Juan had the foresight to build 2 data centers, so what's going to happen is that this DNS, instead of sending the information to this data center which has gone down, sends it to the secondary one, the backup one. And as you remember, I said that the information is stored almost simultaneously in both data centers. So the data center is perfectly capable of responding to the consumer. And the consumer would never know that there was a problem with data center number 1. Great so far. And this was considered to be a good practice through the 70s, 80s, 90s, and the beginning of the noughties. But as you know, the banking system is highly regulated, which could have implications for Juan. And the system is often audited. And that's fine, because it's got to be as safe as possible. So the auditor says this architecture, this is the technological and architectural system you're using, and you may not know it. I don't know if you can see this. What you have, Juan, you could, on an average, have your system down maybe as many as 7 or 8 hours a year. So for 7 or 8 hours a year, his clients would not be able to access the information, and that's really serious. That's 7 or 8 hours, which can cause problems for the bank's reputation. They'll get complaints. They could lose clients. They will get ticked off by the regulator. And what's worse, it could even lead to their clients having problems. And that entails a whole series, a whole raft of responsibilities. And that's something that maybe Juan hadn't taken into account. So perhaps let's look at what Juan could have done if he had decided to use cloud services. As you may remember, he started like this. We're going to have two data centers, which are going to be some distance apart, so that we can be sure that if something happens in with one, it won't affect the other. With cloud services suppliers, what we do is go a little beyond this plan. First thing that we do, at these distances that we have, we'll set up similar data centers which are close by. So suddenly it's no longer two data centers, but four. Beyond that, we're going to create a third layer. We're also with two data centers. And this network of data centers are going to be connected with fiber optics, which enables communication in microsenders so that all the information is stored everywhere. And we also connect them between each other so that if one goes down, the other data centers are immediately able to communicate with each other and information is never lost. Each of these data center combinations, as you can see in this little square, we call availability zones. The regions of AWS services contain an average of 3 availability zones. And each availability zone has two data centers. That's a region. And why is this different to what Juan did? He had two data centers, and suddenly we have six. But we have six that are interconnected, so they can store information synchronously. The distance between these availability zones is at least 60 miles or 100 kilometers to ensure that there are no events, natural events like earthquakes, which could affect more than one at the same time. Now, going back to Juan, what we have, unlike what Juan has, is a highly resilient architecture where the location of each zone is independent of the other, independent of power and air conditioning units. They're completely different geological areas and so on and so forth. In the world, if we look at the world and we can see our global infrastructure, we have 33 regions like this. You can see that the orange colors, which are the 33 that we have at the moment, and the red ones, like this one in Mexico, are regions which are currently under construction and will be up and running in the near future. These 33 regions are made up of 105 availability zones. So this is a region, right? It's divided into availability zones. So our 33 regions are divided up into 105 availability zones. This is a resilient architecture. This enables clients who use important computing services to have access to very high tolerance to failures, to errors, and high availability. So let's see what would happen if Juan had gone for this solution. I've already explained the difference in terms of architecture. Now let's see what Juan would do. So Juan, if he were using these cloud services as shown on the screen, instead of using the two data centers, he would have three available, and this information would be stored in the three availability zones. It means that there are lots of services going to be there, and it's very important to know this. And it's not just Amazon that's doing this; the competition is doing this as well. But you need to understand how you can build highly resilient architectures. So these suppliers work at a scale whereby we can use databases to communicate with each other and do so smartly and be able to know that, for instance, this server is has a problem, so we're going to use another one. This server is overwhelmed, so I'm going to use another one. This particular service isn't working, so I'm going to lower usage. This all means that at the end of the day, Juan is only using what he needs, just like with your electricity. So this keeps costs down for him. And it means that he's not paying for capacity he's not using. These services work like this. Usually, what happens is that the communication between the consumer or the clients happens in the following way. The consumer makes a request, let's say a transfer to their mum, using the DNS. And the DNS, when you, for instance, write in Chrome or Firefox or Facebook, what the DNS does is translate that into an IP address, which is unique to the server. So that means that we know exactly what the IP address is. The DNS helps us to translate a physical address into an IP, which is and then knows how to send it to the server. This information is then sent to Juan's bank and translated into the IP there. So the DNS selects this golden line and this availability zone. And this availability zone is the one that's going to respond. Now, why does it choose that one? The DNS looked at the first availability zone and then took a decision automatically using requirements that Juan may have already established. He may say that all the first requests should be sent to the first availability zone. Or perhaps it should use another one. Or perhaps he can choose an availability zone which is being underused. So here we have availability zone 3, and he chose it maybe because it was being underused. Juan's not actually taking the decision, but he will have understood what's going on. The system responds, and to make it completely transparent, Juan can see which one of the zones answered the request. This architecture is what enables banks and Netflix, for instance, to have really high availability. When was the last time you turned on Netflix and saw it didn't work? Well, it's ages ago, right? Because it uses this kind of infrastructure. If you look at this in technological terms, you may remember that to achieve high resilience and high availability, you need an architecture that works with at least 3 availability zones that are interconnected. So one can easily create this. He doesn't have to have any special technical know-how. He can codify the creation of all of this process in this way. He didn't have to build a new data center. He didn't have to buy any servers or databases. It's highly scalable, which means that the server can grow or shrink according to the number of users or consumers that the bank has. If suddenly there's a big number of payments, it can accommodate that. As the architecture can scale up, and it will create more space to store data so that it can answer just as quickly to whatever consumer request there may be. Let's have a look at another detail. I've nearly finished. Now, what would happen if one of these zones went down? One of the regions went down. What would happen then? Well, what you need to know is that all the architecture, this infrastructure and services are generated with code. One doesn't have to ring somebody up and say, please transfer me to another server. And we'll say, please, I'm having some problems. Can you help me sort this out? There is a programmer who helps one to create the structure. So the programmer automates the creation of these servers and databases. So when a request comes in from a consumer and he realizes there is a problem in one availability zone, he'll automatically avoid it. If you remember the original architecture, and it will go to another one. But it will also, because the servers are in the first availability zone, already have their capability will have been turned off because there's a problem. There might be a fire. Whatever happens, it's gone down. But because it's just code or text, this service here creates more servers in case there is another problem, and uses the third one to create a new server automatically. One doesn't need to do that. It happens in seconds. But the decision was taken when they developed it. So, if two availability zones go down, it means that the third one won't go down because it can't cope. It's already had extra structure built into it to be able to enable it to withstand the extra demand. Maybe the power comes back and the availability zone comes back online. And so the extra servers are disconnected and we go back to business as usual. So Juan has an incredibly resilient architecture. This is something that can be programmed using software. It can be set up in a question of seconds. We don't need to request extra services each time. And probably the most important thing is that Juan has the flexibility to create architecture to suit his needs. Now, this architecture here is made for clients who need to have very high operational resilience. Like, for instance, a hospital or video streamers like Netflix. They also need very high availability. But perhaps you end up working in companies that don't need such high availability to use this kind of infrastructure. And this is another benefit because it's completely optional. It's programmatic. One could say that for cost reasons, I don't want to use the 3 availability zones because he only wants to use one. So that cuts costs. But if suddenly his business grows exponentially, and it's vital to keep the operation running so he can simply scale up. All he has to do is modify a couple of lines of code, and he'll have the three availability zones available and an unlimited number of servers. Let me give you another example. One of the bodies that carries out electoral processes, they had an annual budget of $15 billion to maintain an infrastructure used every so and so years when they have elections. It was just set up specifically for this. They bought it, and they had to keep organizing things in the same way. It was a tremendous outlay. So when they held the elections using the services for the first time, the first thing we recommended was an architecture similar to the one that you're saying, because we knew that it is normal that you get lots of attacks, and that if anything happened to something as important as maintaining democracy through elections, then they needed to be protected. So we built an infrastructure rather like this one. The elections were held without any problem, and they got over 400,000 cyber attacks. And just so you know, those elections cost $60,000 versus $5,000 they are spending a year to maintain that infrastructure. And that's a real example of people who are using this infrastructure. And I insist, works for countries where they've implemented this. This has really helped to save costs and safeguarded the conditions for them to carry out free and fair elections. There are lots of different examples of clients who have launched new projects, and thanks to this structure, they've been able to save millions in annual budgets. So I'll wind up here. Let's see, anybody in the audience has a question? I've tried to make this as easy as possible to understand and not get too technical, but I'd be delighted to go back and explain something if it wasn't clear. Okay, a round of applause, please, for Arturo. Thank you. Questions for Arturo? No, we don't have much time. Thank you, Arturo, for the presentation. Maria Fernanda from Colombia. In the case of Microsoft, some governments and the defense authorities have certain requirements when it comes to sovereignty in certain regions. Yes, this is an issue that's very important in sovereign nations. This has to do with regulations. But we need to separate this into two. One is the need to have a sovereign treatment of information, and we also need to have infrastructure in that country. Countries like France, who have most requested these kinds of services, have required infrastructure to be built in the country, and they have sovereign access. The examples that I've given you, well, in these regions, our clients can have sovereign access, which means that clients at all times are the owners of the information. Nobody else have access to the data, and they can decide what to do with them. And that's very important because we need to comply with a lot of regulations around the world. Just in Latin America, per country, they have personal data protection law, security, cyber security. And most of these countries, we are prohibited from acting as suppliers, from having ownership of the information. There's a contractual issue, and we also have to comply with the standards. So we have to guarantee to these clients that only the owners of the information can access the data. The other thing is having the infrastructure in the country. This is divided into two ways. In France, they're trying to drive a local economy. So what we're doing is create sovereign access servers in Europe. It has been shown that it's not true that this actually enhances a local economy. In fact, it may be the way around. Local economy, when it is obliged to acquire services only in its country, cannot access the most innovative technology. If, for example, we take a country and as an example, and it obliges its suppliers just to use its own AI systems, they would have no access to international ones. They would be unable to compete with other companies that don't have this problem. So it's a globalized issue. The other issue is that it doesn't mean that this is safer. Information security doesn't have anything to do with its location. You want to ensure that who is providing the information has the best conditions. It's got nothing to do with whether they're in the country themselves. So we're talking about data sovereignty and sovereign access. And the other thing is having the data limited to a definitive country. And we've seen how in Brazil, for instance, this has really had a negative impact on the local economy because it has enabled them to access more competitive services. I'm Marcia from Bolivia. If I were to use S2 and S3 and wanted to make questions about large quantities of data, would I have a limited amount of time to ask the question, or would there be a limit on the amount of data? The issue is what is meant by unlimited. You can build and replicate your S2 and S3 services in an unlimited way. There is obviously a physical limit on this, but even our largest clients, as in Capital Mark One in the United States, which is an insurance brokers, they use thousands of servers, and the quantity of data goes up and down. They create S1, S2, and S3 constantly every minute. There are certain things that have to be taken into account, which involve costs. If you're going to use that quantity, what's the best thing for you? Sometimes it's best to grow vertically rather than horizontally. Maybe we need a bigger server, and so we're talking about an S3, which would help us to store more information. Now, unlimited as such, no one can really say what that means. But honestly, at the end of the day, there is no limit on the amount of data you need to create. Carlos Ramirez from Mexico. Could you talk a little bit about the interoperability between the different clouds? I think that different clouds offer very similar services. But what happens when I want to exit one cloud and go into another one? For instance, I'd like to know what happens. Obviously, not with AWS, but what happens if you had the DRP of another client or another cloud? How do you reestablish services that are in another cloud? Like a disaster recovery program. Sometimes the official answer is not one I particularly like, because you, as the client, are responsible for using standard technology to enable you to use another cloud. Let me explain it another way. If you use containers, that's very easy way of migrating from one cloud to the other, because what you've got again inside is DNS. And AWS means that you can migrate anything in that sense, and you just stick it in the container, and if your other supplier is also using containers, then it's just as simple as that. The problem comes when clients start to build using different technologies with different applications, and the problem is that they're different, that you don't have the right ATIs, so it becomes very complex. And in the future, if they want to scale up or scale or move out, they don't know what to do. Let's see how we can create an applications architecture that uses standards that enable us in the future, if necessary, to migrate. But DRP specifically is a part of this business continuity plan, and within the plan, they should consider the possibility of migrating to another data center. So a company should never get to the point when it has a DRP without thinking about how they're going to migrate to another one in case of emergency. And the solution is that I, it's a technical issue basically. But basically, the idea is to use technology that enables you to migrate and move around. For instance, function as a service, and Lambda was unable to do this at the time, but then it developed a new way of doing this, so it was able to migrate. But I don't think there's. I think it's really about how you build your architecture and how you plan the future into this. Leandro Martinez from Peru, congratulations for the way in which you explained something so simply, because actually the cloud infrastructure appears to be very complex. In my country, in Peru, we use the Red Nazi, which is the national Peruvian network, which is supported by a fiber optics network. It's operated by the government, by the Peruvian state. And as you can imagine, very often, states don't have either the capacity or the experience to operate a network of this kind, of this size. My question is it possible that a network of this size can migrate to the cloud? Is there an example that you can share with us of this happening? Thank you. Part of my work on a daily basis is to allow countries or help countries in Latin America to unblock the use of the cloud. I work with regulatory authorities, and those are the people who say what can and can't be done in order to to keep the different sectors healthy and safe. The main problem we have is that most regulations are very out of date. So it's not just a question of capacity. We could easily migrate to the cloud without any problem. The real problem is that the, the governments aren't at that level. And even if one institution might want this to happen, if the regulatory authorities aren't allowing this to happen, then it's not going to happen. This is a big part of my work, is to explain how this works to the different regulatory authorities. Yes, it can be done in principle, but the greatest problem has to do with the regulations in different countries. I could give you an example. There are lots, but this one is particularly interesting. The superintendency in Guatemala. 5 years ago, that was most of Central America was carrying out its digital structures at a local forms with their own programs. It was all very expensive, it was very fragmented, there was little availability, the networks tended to go down all the time. One advisor and 3 programmers in the superintendency contracted AWS, and we said we want to try this out. After several months, they developed something that even today is the backbone which it manages the entire infrastructure in Guatemala. And it wasn't too much, a few $1,000s. They carried out a tender to scale up, and it ended up creating lots of savings. There are lots of examples about when the regulation permits this, and there is an interest on the part of the government, and there is somebody that really wants to do this and has the experience. Things can really happen, and great savings can be achieved. Okay, Arturo. Round of applause for Arturo. Thank you very much. It's been a great pleasure to talk to you, and thank you for listening. Yes, I like the question of Peru. I agree with the comment about the way that you described everything so simply and very easy to understand. Thank you. And I'll use the material for my own classes. So greetings from us here in Argentina. And thank you to AWS for its support and for your time. Have a good day. See you soon. Thank you.
Is Sarah here? Not yet. Oh, we still have 5 minutes. I think we can break for 5 minutes. Before you leave, I would like to say something interesting. Sarah Armstrong is the director of, or the CEO of the Internet Society Foundation. They have a lot of funding. Some of the funding is very important. Some of them are not that significant, but especially they place priority upon research. It could be researchers, individual researchers, NGOs. So if you see the requirements in the website, since they are based in the United States, I'm sure they have legal requisites, and they may require a structure like 501 or special format of a non-for-profit organization. But I don't know how easy it would be for a Latin American organization to fulfill those requisites or those requirements. Funding is important for 1 or 2 year research project, or they may have shorter term research. That may be for doing research. Then, Internet Society chapters also have funding for chapter members. If you want to become members of the Argentine chapter, you can join the chapter. For example, Adrian and I, are members of the Argentine chapter, and they're very active in also in Bolivia, Peru, and Brazil. So we're going to ask Sarah for these details. I was telling Sarah that she should be online at 1. Yeah, they do have a certain number of requirements. However, there were projects funded in Latin America. Sarah, are you online? She's going to be speaking English, so if you require simultaneous interpretation.
Hello, how are
Hi,
you?
how are you? Nice to see you
I'm,
virtually.
oh no, I'm not muted.
No,
Okay,
no, you're not
excellent.
muted. You're there.
I am
Welcome.
here, yes, I
And
am. It's nice to
apologies for
see everyone.
apologies for the delay. Very interesting presentation about artificial intelligence in the morning, and we had many questions. So I didn't want to stop them from asking, which is a very nice thing. And thank you for your flexibility in being with
No
us half
problem.
an hour later. And as I was explaining to the fellows your role in the Internet Society Foundation, and that you will brief us about what you do. You do a fantastic job. And we were thinking about some questions to ask you, but I won't stop you from your presentation. So welcome and nice having you online. And I hope to meet you somewhere in the world this year or next year.
So first I would say I hope to see you in somewhere in the world sometime today or sometime this year, like you said. To everyone who's here in the audience, I would like to start by saying thank you so much ahead of time for your attention. I'm excited. I've been at the South School of Internet Governance on other occasions, and I love the group and I love being part of this opportunity. So thank you very much for your attention. And of course, we'll take questions at the end. I'm going to share my screen. I have a
Sarah, in the meantime, let
presentation
me
that
tell you that we got a prize from the International Telecommunications Union on Tuesday, the WISIS prize for
Oh,
international cooperation. So
yes.
we are very happy for that. I want to share with you because this is an achievement not only from us who organized the school, but also from all the experts and friends and fellows who participate every year. So thank you also for your participation.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I'm so pleased, so excited for you. Okay, I'm starting with questions. Thank you, which means I'm at my last slide, which is not where I want to be.
No.
So let me go ahead and do this into play slideshow from start. Can everyone see it?
Yes, yes.
Excellent. Okay, so here I am today at the South School on
Sarah,
Internet
just one
Governance.
comment.
Yes?
We have simultaneous translation. I know that we all,
Okay.
when we talk about interesting things, we go fast, but just have in mind that if you can go a little bit slower for the translators to do it in Spanish. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yes, no problem whatsoever. I so appreciate that situation. So thank you again to everyone for joining us this morning, my time. I think, well, it's just turned into the afternoon. And I wanted to talk today, as Olga mentioned, to do something about the Internet Society Foundation. We are funding to support internet governance. Now, we have a number of different areas about which I will speak, but certainly a very important one with us is to fund the schools of internet governance and to fund IGFs. The vision of the Internet Society Foundation is the Internet is for everyone. We share this as a supporting organization with the Internet Society. They also believe and strive for an Internet for everyone. So that is our vision, and we definitely spend every day trying to do what we can to gain access for particularly vulnerable populations and to help people really understand what the challenges of the Internet are and how we might be able to overcome those. Our mission is to champion ideas and enable communities to unlock the potential of the Internet to tackle the world's evolving challenges. So as I mentioned, we do try to target vulnerable populations with the majority of our work. The funding areas I referred to a bit earlier are numerous. We have right now close to, well, if you look at this graphic that I'm showing you today, it shows you 11 programs with Beyond the Net being a program that has two different components. It has the Beyond the Net Large and Beyond the Net Small. And then in addition, you can see the other programs that we have here. And each one of those I will go into just a little bit of detail on, but I do want to mention that all funding areas are well spelled out on our website, which is isocfoundation.org. So people are welcome to go, and you'll see a drop-down menu for funding areas, and all of these will be explained in quite a bit of detail, including obviously the IGF funding / Schools of Internet Governance. We divide our grant programs into different categories. The first category is expanding access, connectivity, resiliency, and as you can see on this slide, safety. So these programs that you see below, the 7 that are listed here, that were part of the list you just saw, these programs here are working on this exact thing of expanding access, connectivity, resiliency, and safety. Beyond the Net is a program that we work with the Internet Society chapters on, and I will go to the next slide just to show you that and I will share these slides with Olga, so if anybody needs to have copies of them, please let me know. Excuse me, let's see why this isn't advancing. There we go. So of the 7 programs that I just showed you, each one of these gives you a little bit of detail on what they are, but as I mentioned, you can certainly go to our website in order to find more detail. Beyond the Net is the chapter program, as I just mentioned, on the Internet Society side of things. And this is a program that helps to provide funding to chapters who are doing a variety of different things in their areas. It can be something from an event, which may be funded by a small grant, which is up to 5,000 USD, or it could be something like a community network, which could go up to 30 or even 50,000 USD. So the Beyond the Net program is one we started the foundation with, and we are continuing to do that. And just a quick side note, the foundation hired me in 2019 to get the foundation off the ground. And then we had a full operational year in 2020 when we were able to launch the programs that you're seeing here today. So just to give you some idea, this is our 5th operational year, which is an exciting time for us. It's hard to believe that we're here. And quite frankly, it's hard to believe that it's almost June of 2024. BOLT is another program, building opportunities, leveraging technologies. And this is all about finding innovative ways for connectivity. Connecting the unconnected is also about connectivity. I think you can tell by its name. This is very much focused on community network building. Encryption, I think everyone knows. I don't have to explain what that is. So we have a program where we fund Global Encryption Coalition and activities that are related to Encryption Day, Global Encryption Day. Resiliency is a program that we came up with as a result of research that we did that demonstrated that there was a lack of funding in the area of helping countries get prepared for disasters that we all know are going to hit. With climate change, the disaster related events are definitely on the rise, as everyone knows. And it unfortunately really affects vulnerable populations disproportionately. And connectivity is a huge thing of how can we be prepared ahead of disasters so that when a disaster strikes, no longer if, but when, you are more prepared. So those grants go to that, and that's one of our larger programs. Our programs range from as small as $1,200 USD for encryption events, and they go up to $500,000 depending on the program. Sustainable peering infrastructure is very much focused on IXPs and sustainable technical communities, as you can see maybe from this tiny type, is supporting the organization of technical events. We also have a category we call Promoting Digital Inclusion, and this one is really very much focused on our skills program, which stands for Strengthening Communities, Improving Lives and Livelihoods. The skills program is in fact about building skills. So as we know, there are an awful lot of people who have access to the internet but do not necessarily understand the benefits of how they can use that connection to better their lives. So skills focuses very much on the economic opportunities that you can realize through the internet, as well as education. And as everyone knows, in 2020, the digital divide that impacts these areas in particular became very obvious because of the pandemic. And it was, in fact, in 2020 when we launched Skills. So we have been working diligently with organizations that can help to continue to do what they can, not only to give more access, but also to make sure that people understand the benefits of that access. In addition to those 8 programs that I just outlined, we also have a research program, and this one is one of our bigger programs as well, and has turned out to be our most popular program. And when I say that, I mean that we tend to receive the most applications for our research program. And we're doing things in a lot of different areas. We have research studies ongoing that are about the internet economy, that are about building a trustworthy internet, that are about decolonization of the internet, and about the greening of the internet. What is the impact of climate on the internet, and what is the internet's impact on climate? And then the last category I'm sharing with you today is supporting internet governance. And I believe that makes good sense to this audience in particular. As you can see, it funds both IGFs and SIGs, programs that encourage an open and inclusive multi-stakeholder dialogue on policy issues related to internet governance. So you can see that we're funding a lot of events because there are many that fit that description. I'll give you some examples. Oh, first I want to share with you what we did in 2023. My apologies. First I will give you a little more information on the program itself. So you can see that we've been running it since 2021. They aim to encourage open and inclusive multi-stakeholder dialogues, as I mentioned, and funding is available to IGF Secretariat recognized NRIs, as well as the national and regional schools on internet governance. So that is one of the qualifications. And with the IGF program, the IGF/Schools of Internet Governance program, you will see all of the different criteria when you go to the funding areas page and drop down to the IGF information. So you'll see that this is one of the requirements for sure. And the amounts that are available for our RGF program are varied, as small as 5,000 and as much as 15,000, depending on the event that's being requested for support. Okay, not advancing. All right, there we go. So as I mentioned, the 2023 numbers are here. Whoops, sorry, went just too far. In 2023, you can see here that we made an increase of 7% in the number of sponsorships that we awarded in 2023 over 2022. You can see that we had 42 sponsorships, which are valued at almost 340,000 USD. We funded 225 NRIs and 16 SIGs, and then sponsorship recipients collectively engaged 6,100 participants in their events. And now I will give you some examples. The first one I'd like to share with you is Colombia. As you can see from this slide here, that it's one of the largest IGF initiatives organized by youth, and it's for youth. Usually it's been coordinated by members of ISOC chapters. And go back. Oh, sorry, not going. Apologies. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Okay, you can see that it has a multilingual introductory course as part of the program, the Youth IGF. And previously we've supported a virtual edition of this forum, but now, of course, they're doing things in person. Support of Haitian IGF is another example to share. We've supported them for the past few years. Again, this one is in coordination with the Haiti ISOC chapter, and they've included now with their event 10 remote hubs so participants can join virtually. So you can see that we did the IGF in 2023 and 2024, but we also supported the Haitian SIG in 2022. So that's an example from Colombia, one from Haiti, and then the DRC is another example. This was the inaugural Youth IGF. You can see we did this in 2023, and this was organized by one of the Internet Society's 2023 Youth Ambassadors, along with the chapter there. And I think everyone's familiar that the ISOC, that Internet Society, does have, in fact, a number of different types of ambassadors that are funded to do a variety of different things through ISOC. This format, you can see, facilitated discussions, again, of multi-stakeholder groups. And it also, as a result of the participation of this, representatives underscored the need for further discussions to prevent abuse of the internet during elections and called for follow-up multi-stakeholder meetings to address them. So you can see there are a variety of some very, very important issues that are discussed, and we're thrilled to be able to fund these dialogues. The Bosnia-Herzegovina IGF was also one that we presented, or excuse me, we sponsored, we funded. And you can see this was also in 2023. And you can see a little bit here in the write-up that it worked on rapid developments in technology and legislation, which hold ramifications for human rights and the investigative reporting of the network. So that, again, is just to give you an idea of the types of different subjects that have been funded through the Internet Society Foundation's IGF program. And with that, I would encourage you to please consider going to our website for additional information. I would encourage all of you to apply, and the IGF program for funding is still open. Many of our programs do have an open and close date, and then a couple of them have what we call rolling applications. But like I said, the majority of them do have open and close. So this one is available still if you go to isocfoundation.org, as I mentioned earlier, and you have an opportunity to look at the funding areas tab. And then in addition, we have newsletters that you can subscribe to, and we are, of course, across all social media platforms, which we encourage you to follow. And with that, I will stop sharing my screen, and I will take any questions that come up. So here I am, and thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much.
I can't hear you very well, Olga. Let me just make sure my volume's up. Yeah, it is. Go ahead, please speak again.
Oh, I have a deep confusion about the different microphones that I'm using, so apologies for that.
Okay.
Apologies for that. Thank you, Sarah. Do we have questions in the room? I can translate Spanish, but we have a very big participants from Brazil and from all the region,
Okay.
but the Brazilian community has been very important this year. We have several hands up, and I have a question for you at the end.
Okay.
Hi, Sarah. I'm Marilia from Brazil. I work for a satellite company. So I started in the telecom business 4 years ago. It was a career change for me, and I'm 36. So what I want to ask you, I saw a lot of programs youth related, and since I'm not that young anymore, what are the options in ISF for older, not like older people, but like people above 25, like in their 30s or mid 40s, because there's a bunch of us that has the point of view of industry and companies, also not only youth and academics. So that's what I want to hear. Thank you.
And are you interested, just so that I can clarify, first I want to clarify that 40 is not old.
Yeah, I know.
In the 40s.
It's the new
not
20s.
Old. So I'm with you. I want to make sure we have opportunities. And I also just want to clarify, when you say what are the opportunities, is it to find funding? Is it to become an ambassador? Is it career opportunities at the foundation? Which of those three options
The
is
first
the
one you saw.
opportunity you're discussing?
The first one, you explained it very well about funding for companies. I even made notes for the company I work for, but it's more like a personal point of view, like a career-wise point of view, like for me as a person to develop myself as an ambassador or as a student, or related to that.
Yeah, so I think in terms of career opportunities within the Internet Society Foundation, we're not actively recruiting at this time, but I encourage you again to stay with our website. There's a careers tab, so you can always see what the opportunities are that are posted. So certainly that, the Internet Society, same thing, that they have their career postings on their website. So that's a short answer to the first possibility. Ambassadorships are also outlined. I believe those are available on the ISOC website. So if there's something that you are interested in doing that would augment your career, a fellowship might be something for consideration. And they do have a category for mid-career fellows. So that's very intentionally not for early career, which they also have as part of their programs. But so those options are available as well. And then if you're interested in funding opportunities, if it's something for an individual, the only program that funds individuals is the research program. So if you have a study that you're interested in taking on in any of those categories that I explained earlier, the greening the internet, decolonizing, trustworthy internet economy, and you can apply for funding as an individual. I do know that the last call for applications closed on 14 May. So it's not open at this time, but again, I would encourage you, if this is something in which you're interested, I would encourage you to go to our website and make sure that you're familiar with what the criteria for an individual research project would be. And as I mentioned when I was doing the review of the different programs, that one in particular is really one of our bigger programs. The individual grants go up to 200,000 USD.
Sarah, this
So
is
does that answer?
Thank you. Sarah, about the research grants program, I have a question about the type of organization that can apply. So I understand that the organization is based in the United States and it must comply with the local regulations, which is perfectly fine. So when you go to see what is required, it requests a certain type of organization. I don't remember the number. It starts with a 5 that I don't recall exactly.
Yes.
How does that apply to organizations which are based in Latin America? I think that there are several grants already offered to Latin American organizations. But what is the requisite for a foreign organization? How can they realize if they can be considered or not?
Thank you. Good question. The idea is that the Internet Society Foundation must, according to its regulations, fund an organization that is a 501c3 or equivalent. So in the US, we have the IRS designation of a 501c charity. And if you're not based in the US, no problem. And we are very eager to continue our funding in the global south and throughout the world, not just North America and Europe. And we are expanding every day in our portfolio. But the idea would be that if you are a foreign-based organization, Brazil, Argentina, wherever, then you would have to go through a process where we determine whether or not you have an equivalent to 501c3. So that's one requirement. The other requirement would be that that your organization aligns with the mission of the Internet Society and the vision of the Internet Society. So some of the stuff that I was talking about in the beginning about the Internet being for everyone, and there is a very clear explanation of what those requirements are, either on a page that you're looking at for research on the website, and certainly if you go in and look at the Flux system that's used to accept applications, that provides even more information. So it is restricted to organizations that are 501c3s or equivalent, and that certainly have to be what we call a permissible beneficiary. That is an organization that aligns with the Internet Society's vision and mission. And that may sound, when I say the word restrictive, it may sound like there's not a lot of people out there, but that's not true. There are many organizations that we're funding that we discovered had a 501c3 or equivalent, and we call that an ED, equivalency determination. And we have a vendor who works with us to decide whether or not an organization is able to make that claim. And we have funded organizations such as, I know, universities based in other countries other than the US. We have funded them because we've been able to determine that they are, in fact, equivalent to a 501c3. So, Olga, does that provide help?
Yeah, so that if an organization would like to be evaluated as to be able to apply or not, would that be possible? So they could send their information and...
So the way in which we encourage people to do this is if they're interested in funding to apply, and then based on the project that they're proposing, they will or will not move to the next stage of the application process. And it is during that time, based on the information they provided or based on a search that our vendor helps us with, one of those will, or both of those will help determine whether or not they can get funding. So that's how it works. We don't do checks pre-application.
Okay, I see.
We ask people to apply first.
Fantastic. ¿Había más preguntas para Sara? Sí.
Any further questions?
Good afternoon. My name is Ignacio Sanchez, and I work at the University of Chile. And I would like to ask, I'm sorry if I didn't get it or if I didn't hear, but what kind of research can you provide fundings to all kind of research? I mean, from technical aspects to more social, legal, from the perspective of international relations, for example? Because I'm thinking that maybe in some humanities or social sciences field, we are developing some studies and group of students interested interested in this kind of issues. For example, theoretical approaches to internet governance from the perspective of international relations, international law, etc. That would be my question. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do right now in response to your question, let me just share my screen for a moment. I think it might be helpful. So this is our research grant program page. As I mentioned, the drop-down comes here with our funding areas, and you just scroll down, in this case, to research. And you can see the objectives of the program are outlined, as well as those 4 areas of focus to which I referred earlier in my discussion: greening the internet economy, a trustworthy internet, and decolonizing. Each one of these is very well described as to what we mean by that, and then it goes into eligibility. And as I was mentioning earlier, this is a program that funds individuals, so independent researchers in this case, public research institutions, but they have to be, as we talked about, a 501c3 or equivalent. And then you can see what the application process is. And they were accepted between the 2nd of April and 14th of May. But then, as I mentioned, if you are interested in submitting an application, you work through Flux. These are the criteria that we have for our research program. Is it in line with the Foundation's thematic areas, which are the 4 I just showed you? Is it novel? Is it applied, and can it inform decision-making? Is it collaborative, and is it intersectional in its approach? And then if you're interested in more about the funding opportunities, this one, as I mentioned, is up to 200,000 USD for independent, and organizations can receive up to 500,000. In this case, it can be anywhere. Some of the programs are a year. We're finding that more people need longer, so the project period is expanded. And then that's just how to apply. And then if you're interested in the types of programs we've funded already through the program, you can read this program impact report, and it gives you a wonderful summary of the key grants that we've provided for research. So again, I want to be sure that you're aware that all the information you're interested in getting is on that page. And I would really encourage you to go and have a look at that and see if what you have in your head is what matches up with this. And I think, too, when you have an opportunity to read some of the other grants, or read the list at least of the other grants that we have provided, it should give you a really good idea of what you have in mind matches up with that.
We have one more question.
Yes, I will try to be very quick. I'm Terezinha, I'm from Brazil, and I'm a member of SSIG chapter, Brazilian chapter.
Oh,
and my question,
excellent.
Oh, yeah, I love SSIG. Anyway, my question is regarding our region, because we are here in the South School on Internet Governance, and my question is, if the SSIG Foundation, is there any plan or work plan or goal regarding Latin American and Caribbean countries? Because I have seen many interesting initiatives getting funding in Africa, and it's amazing, but I feel like we still have some problems here to get funding from SSIG Foundation, and I would like to know if, from you, I think you are the best person to answer that, if there is any work plan regarding our region, because I think we have many great initiatives just waiting to be funded. So this is my question.
Yes.
Thank you.
I understand. I would say, first of all, thank you for raising that, because as I was talking about when I first was speaking about the foundation as a whole, we are very interested in continuing to expand in as many countries as possible. And yes, it's definitely true that we fund a lot in Africa, but we have in the Latin American Caribbean region funded actually 20 different countries. And if anyone's interested, if there are countries on that list, I do have that list in front of me. But yeah, but can we do more? Of course, we can always do more. So with the fact that we have the 12 programs that I showed you earlier, we have now more opportunities for chapters, with all the different programs. Chapters are allowed and encouraged to apply to any program. Again, they have to meet the criteria of the 501c3 or equivalent. They certainly meet the criteria of supporting the vision and mission of the Internet Society, that's for sure. But that would be, just to encourage anyone from any Latin American country or Latin American Caribbean country to apply to any of the programs that we've been looking at today. So I am going to continue to commit our foundation to trying to broaden the reach, broaden the footprint, particularly, as I mentioned, in the Global South to the degree that that's possible. And what makes it possible is to get the great applications to allow us to feel, really good about a partnership with a certain chapter or a certain country in order to continue to help those countries.
Thank you, Sarah. I think that if we want to get funding, we have to apply. Sometimes people get mad because they are not selected, but you have to insist. Sometimes it's not perhaps the best application. You have to improve it, or you have to insist. But this is something that I used to have in mind when people were complaining that there were few women and sometimes in some jobs. I don't apply because they won't select me. Well, if you don't apply, they will never select you. So that's something to have in mind. And we have to be resilient and insist. So thank you, Sarah. Aplauso para Sara, por favor.
Well, thank you. And
Thank
I
you very
really
much.
encourage anyone to reach out to the foundation. You just, at any time, we have a ISAC Foundation email that's listed on the website. You can just click that for questions. And again, thank you so much for your
You have a
attention.
great team.
I'm sure you're
You have
having
a great
great
team.
time together, and I wish you well. And Olga, I do hope to see you somewhere in the
I hope
world
to
this
see
year.
you. Many thanks, and thanks for the flexibility in changing the time. And see you somewhere in the world. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Bye.
Goodbye, everyone.
Ciao.
Yeah, you need to apply or file an application. Based on the experience, they really analyze the applications. They have a lot of information in Spanish or in English. They are not bilinguals, but they can take your queries, and what she explained is what I explained. They have this 501N that is an American regulation. However, I asked them if they could perform an analysis before applying or filing the complete application, but again, I think you have to send it at once. I think that we're going to be resuming at 2:30, so we're going to break 1 hour for lunch. Ese no. Agarra este, mira. Uno de esos, sí. Please be seated. Please be seated. Mr. Reichman, please be seated. All right, we are going to continue with the next panel of this afternoon. Percival, are you there? Percival, I thought that you were coming to Buenos Aires. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it because at the 11th hour there were things and I couldn't make it on time. Percival, you have 70% of the attendees that are Brazilian, which is a very positive thing. And I believe that you will have to speak either Spanish or English. So we'll see if you can start in Spanish or in English. We'll have simultaneous interpretation. We miss you in the SSIG. Saudade. We missed you because we had you in other schools in the past.
Pouco,
O que você quiser.
para poder introduzir dessa forma o contexto dos top domínios de topo, né, os top level domínios.
Ok, eu desejo dizer uma coisa.
Pois não?
Você pode usar um headphone, porque o áudio que chega aqui para os tradutores não é bom. Mientras busca, eu gostaria de contar para vocês que
I'd like to tell you something. I'm going to tell you this in Spanish very slowly. Percival approached me in an ICANN meeting in Holland, in the Netherlands, a couple of years ago. And he told me that the Internet Management Committee wanted to work with the school, and I was delighted because they're very important in Latin America. And it's a multi-stakeholder model, which is very important throughout the world. I think it's probably the best known. It's just going from strength to strength over time. So the CGI has been supporting the school for several years now, actually, and we're very grateful for the support from Percival and Marvin, who's also Percival's school, who's been with the school. He's in Buenos Aires. Marvin, you've been a student at the school since 2022. You were here with us in Campina Grande last year, and this year you're with us in Buenos Aires. I wrote the slide. I might have got some of the dates and information wrong. But anyway, so who have we got here with us? Marcos's presentation. Do you want to tell them what's going on this evening? Can you hear me? This is very important, folks. Oh, come on. Well, anyway, 6:30. We have a student uh, who has invited us to share a toast at 6:30. So let's stay down here for a cocktail after this finishes at 6:30. And I'd also like to revisit an old tradition of the school. But the students have to get ready for this. But anyway, this is an old tradition that we haven't done for a couple of years. It's songs per country. So Argentines can talk to me. I just want to go back to the 2009. Percival, over to you again. I just want to finish what I was saying. I want to hear a song from each country. And if you're by yourselves, I can help you. You can even sing in English if you want. German, Portuguese. Argentines, we need to get together to figure out what we're going to sing. It'd just be very ad hoc, but it's going to be fun. Anyway, Percival, here we are, ready to listen to you. We can hear you a little bit better than before.
Na tela, agora vemos na tela a primeira slide de tua apresentação.
Shall we see the first slide of your presentation? Okay. Sorry, what did you say? Are you going to sing something? Are you going to sing something?
Ah, você quer cantar? Claro.
Não quero
Claro,
cantar.
mas
Quero
tem
saber se
Are you? No. Do you sing? Maybe you can join us. Can we start? Afternoon. I'm sorry I can't be with you. I'd really like to be there because I think it is a great experience to be part of this school. In fact, it's something that's always great to get together at events like this. There's such important events in our lives. I'd like to thank everybody for inviting me to speak today. And I'd like to congratulate you on the prize that you were awarded by the International Telecommunications Union. It's it's an event which seeks to it's to seems to get to connect people, or the initiative undertaken by the school is of enormous importance for all institutions working to achieve greater connectivity and access to internet so that the world can be a better place. So, so first I'd like to start by congratulating the school for this prize and for being able to help communities to improve their access to internet and to help people to improve their online lives and, digital environment. I'd like to talk about internet in the context of this country. As you know, we've been working with Nick BR for 35 years. It's important for people to understand the issue of domain, the BR domain. What I want to explain to you how important it is to be able to guarantee this domain when it comes to social networks, because it's a guarantee that you have a space in which, wherever you go, we use domain names throughout the region. We need to understand how this space, the domain names, work. And we need to understand them as a space, which is not a private one, but a collective one. You can have a domain name, and this means that you can grow and that companies have access to it and can use it, and it's kind of a branding thing. I represent the IGF, which was created in Brazil, CGI, on May 31st, 1995, which was the beginning of the CGI. That's when we had our own internet domain, and that's where internet began in this country. It was a multi-sectoral setup, and the decree reaffirmed the multi-sectoral composition of CGI.br, and it included many representatives of different sectors. It was multi-sectoral, and one of the current features of internet governance is that it's a multi-stakeholder organization, lots of different stakeholders. And this means that the decisions about internet reflect what society needs and wants, whether it's academia, whether it's the private sector, whether it's non-governmental organizations, civil society. And so this organization defined the competencies or the faculties, and including the top-level domain of the country in Portuguese. And it also defined that the CGI would be responsible for the quality of this address and would ensure that the Services provided would be of high quality and also established policies and procedures related to internet regulation. And this is something after the 1990s, the CGI was one of, has evolved, and in 2003 it updated its structure, which is the same one that we have today and that you can see in this image. We have 9 basic participants. We have 4 from the private sector, one of the key persons from each entity involved. This, the CGI in Brazil, once the it's a formal body which has its a committee and a specific structure. It has different tasks. It has legal status, and it manages different domains. Anything that has to do with .br, whether it's org.br or and nick.br. We have the ITCs industries. And we have obviously a way of gathering statistics on the ITCs. And we gather information from the different stakeholders in the information and communications industry. We also have what we would call gatekeeping to ensure that everything is it's a secure environment. We also have SEO-ERB, which covers the aspect of technology, and WS. And the Vice President.
Bom, sigamos. A primeira coisa que eu queria falar com vocês sobre
The first thing I want to talk about is internet and telecommunications. One of the things that is becoming increasingly confusing is the difference between internet and telecoms. When did these differences start to become apparent? What is the path traced by internet? Now, before, when you talked about telecoms, everybody understood that it was all about physical connections, connecting one point with another, and you could even do this on one of these old panels, these telephone operating panels. So you linked one end with the other, and you had to have people physically working in each location. And that was telephony services for you, because it was about linking point A with point B. And that was how communication happened. And people, even if people didn't say anything, there was somebody there and the circuit was up and running. And that was what communication was about. But that system only enabled us to connect 3 people with another 3 people. And then we developed packages. If you had all these different channels and you had 20 people, like 3 channels but 20 people, you can divide the communication for each of these people into small packages. And the information seeks different channels to get to its destination. The number of people who are involved in this communication is not necessarily the same as the number of circuits that I'm using. I've divided everything into these packages using a protocol which is called a TCP. And these packages come together at the end. So you have 3 people talking and 3 people who are silent. The packages will still pass through these different networks. I hope that you can understand me. More or less. Do you need me to speak more slowly? Yes, that would help. I am going to speak more slowly. And I'm going to talk about these dedicated circuits. When you have these 2 points and the communication by circuit, only 2 people can talk, right? This has a dedicated circuit from one point to the other. What was the great revolution, the great transformation? This was the communication through packages. When the point of origin and the point of destination can involve many more channels and many more people. I can divide these packages into lots of tiny pieces. So if you have 2 people taking out one circuit and they're quiet, there can be other packages of information passing through that space. So it's no longer a dedicated space, but a space that can be used by lots of different communication at the same time, because it's all split up into packages. Moving on. This is the essence of internet beyond the IP. First issue. There is a very simple explanation about internet, which says the following. Internet is a network of networks. Okay? It's a network of computers which are linked between each other, which communicate with each other. It could be a school, it could be a company. But how does the school network communicate with a school in another city? So this means that anybody can take part in this network, but there needs to be an agreement which is called a protocol, which governs the format of communication, enabling everybody to communicate with each other and understand each other. It's like, okay, speaking Portuguese and somebody else listening in Spanish, and nonetheless being able to communicate with each other. So the IP is what enables this to happen. So I think it's important for you to know this, because in the world there are only 120,000 networks. Sounds very little when you think that we have over 7 billion inhabitants and that the half of these are on internet. So it's nearly 4 billion people who are online. But there are only 120 sets of numbers making up the networks and companies, right? ISPs. Well, we seem to have lost him.
Nosotros estamos, ok. Esa soy yo. No, pero acá los chicos dicen que la sala está bien.
There seems to be a problem with the speaker's device rather than us. We're okay. Okay, folks. Well, this gives us an opportunity to think what songs we're going to sing. Apparently, there's going to be a karaoke tonight. Is that right? Oh, I didn't know there's a karaoke in Buenos Aires. There are lots. Gosh, I thought it was a Japanese thing. Okay, who's in charge? Who's organising this? Oh, I think he's already gone off to the guy who's organising the drinks this evening. Looks like he's already gone off. Yes, I'm back. Okay. I was saying that there are just 120,000 networks that are active, which is pretty, which is not very much really, if you think about it. Did you hear me? Okay, great. Okay, so moving on. I could go into the technical details. So these networks, we can reach them. You have 70 million possibilities of accessing them.
Né, 80 mil instituições, empresas, enfim, quem tem, quem seja.
Sorry, the sound is so bad. That and he keeps cutting out.
Sí, la vida.
Caiu novamente aqui.
Well, let's try again. Can you hear me? If you turn off your camera, perhaps the connection might benefit. Just maybe you can just see your computer screen. Just hang on a second, I'll share my computer screen. Can you hear me? You are listening to me, aren't you? Okay, now we can see it. Now we can see your PowerPoint. We can't see you, but we can see your PowerPoint. So, if we look at the routes, in order to reach these 70,000 networks, we have a set of 700,000 possibilities. And finally, last but not least, we have a DNS system. 70 or 80,000 networks. And I have services, I have servers, network servers, media servers, data servers, all kinds of things. And the numbers involved are huge. Now the system needs to make the relationship between the name and the IP address, and this means that it has to have a reference that we don't need names. We have IP address. For instance, we have www.something.rr or www.percival.br. And on the basis of that, there are all these different routes that follow different numbers. This routing needs to know that when you are speaking from a specific number, you are in a system where there could be problems. If we move on to here, you can see the different twists and turns that the route takes when you access a specific network. Now, when we talk about DNS, how the different information follows these routes, and what happens when a client asks a question, how it reaches something which is a .br. It goes to the local server.
Y bueno,
Y por WhatsApp no le dan
no. Pero si ya no se escucha nada, Adri.
Voltei de outra conexão agora. Eu acho que talvez essa agora funcione melhor. Posso continuar?
Okay, let's move on. So I was explaining how the servers work throughout the world. And, and I just wanted to make a break here to talk about two things. Everything I've mentioned up till now is not covered by the DNS system, which is 80,000 autonomous systems, which are companies, universities, who access internet. They are obliged to comply with the rules, to follow the routes set by these services, and to comply with the protocols. That's the basis of internet. When people say internet is neutral, it's because there is an underlying agreement. And when I access internet or when I get an assignation to an autonomous system, that is a commitment to enable all the other routes to pass through mine without any interruption, because I want these packages, which we talked about in the beginning, that every package is an independent unit and that each package is going to take different routes before coming together. But the route which is most appropriate to reach these packages, because if that package doesn't go through, which then there is a problem. And that means that in the long term, internet doesn't work as it should do, doesn't fulfill its purpose. For instance, that happens when you have blockages in certain countries, like between Ukraine or in Russia. They had limited DNS. Or the issues also happens in the United States. And when during the U.S. elections, the issue was about Russian interference in the elections, and at one point they wanted to be able to source the IP addresses that were being used. But the point is that you can't restrict this, because otherwise it's not a truly open and neutral network, because they wanted to block these addresses. The second really key issue is the issue of the root servers in the United States. You can see how this works. The server in the United States brings together the information which goes to another DNS in the United States, and then this grows and grows exponentially, and goes to Japan or other places around the world. And then another issue becomes relevant, which is how the system is represented in different places where, for instance, a server installed in Brazil connects directly to one in Japan. This system has to be very resilient and very strong, because obviously if a server goes down, or the national servers, this can affect the security and safety of the information and all of the users. So it's really important to have strong and resilient DNS. Here I'm going to tell you a little bit about how this all happened in Brazil. Basically, Brazil began with universities. They used internet for their research purposes. They called it BitNet in those days, which was basically for amateurs. And they didn't really have a name then. And then people would enter, like John Postel. He drew up this famous map, which basically explains how internet works. Then there's Steve Crocker, which they're kind of the grandfathers of internet, who developed it in the way as we know it today. But Postel was the original architect who developed the idea of the distribution of what we call internet names. And he developed this idea of how you distribute the networks, which have grown to be 70, 80,000 today. But he began with one, and then another one, and another one, and he built it bit by bit. Here, talking about households, we have over 5 million domain names in Brazil. The iDNA and the DNSSCC, which are quite a bit less. The DNSS, or the Domain Name System Security Extensions, and they're registered servers which basically carry out security checks. And the 18,000 iDNA is a new effort to make internet more robust, and working with different alphabets or characters which didn't exist to begin with. Like in Portuguese, there's a cedilha, the C, there's the different accents, or Japanese or Arabic characters, or Cyrillic, Russian, so forth. And originally they were contemplated. If you remember, at one point there weren't any accents used on internet, like when iPhones came to Latin America. So it's very good to know, very satisfying to know that we are included. Our DNS are included, including languages like Guarani in Paraguay, which is the first indigenous language in Latin America. And it's supposed to be included with its particular features on the internet. And this is very important for Paraguay. And I have to say that Latin America as a whole is very happy with this. And this has already been implemented. And here we're talking about the TLDs, which are the top level domain names. As you can see, These are different protocols, and we are in 10th place. These are free. And when you this is the list of the largest ones, and you can see the top ones obviously are generic ones, and then you have the countries, and then first comes the United Kingdom, and as we can see, Brazil is in 10th place. And again, it's among the top 10. Now, if we talk about the CCTLDs, we have China and Germany, United Kingdom, Russia. Brazil is in 8th place, and then the European Union. It's .eu, right? And this is followed by France, Germany, Norway, the Netherlands. As you can see in this context, these are the most important ones in terms of the number of registrations in 2024. This is obviously a testament to the fact that things have grown very quickly in Brazil, and the curve is now pretty pronounced. After that, I'm one more thing about domain names. When you register a domain name, whatever it is, whoever you are, you can have a domain name and indicate that, for instance, you are working in the social sector, but you might not necessarily have it related to your activity. Now, these are the names have a lot to do with things like which is security and reliability. There's a major diversity of subdomains, and this is growing all the time. A domain dot TV is one of the biggest sites that's growing. BR, we have 4,000 requests per second. A lot of people are registered on this site, which provides access. And this is a site that takes the online service number in town. So the market is growing fast. I'm nearing the end of my presentation. Anybody who wants to can have their own domain today. It's paid. You can put all your information on your own domain, and people to whom you want to, you can just share your the domain name .br to anybody, and you can advertise your services using this, obviously. And okay, that's it. Thank you very much. I've finished. I am sorry that my connection kept going down. I'm sure it's I'm sure it's chilly in Buenos Aires. Yes, maybe it's been snowing. Do you have time for a few questions, Percival? Yeah, sure. I don't have a microphone, just hang on a second. Oh, I'm Larissa, I'm from Brazil, I'm a lawyer. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was technically very interesting. I wondered if you could tell us a little about how and the different uses of telephony for internet services. I think there's a great difficulty to understand the different services that are available. Could you explain to us the differences and the infrastructure being used? Because there are a lot of areas that are still don't have access to internet. This is an accelerated Portuguese course for all of us who speak Spanish. For me too. Okay. That's when you talk about the pace of development of internet and the infrastructure of circuits, you have to make sure that these circuits have the possibility of growing. So the package of data, whether it's fiber optics or a company network, whatever, the telecommunications structure is what creates the space for these packages to travel from one end to the other. The problem with internet is that telecommunications abandoned the older technologies and have moved into internet. So it's like a kind of cannibalism. I'm internet, I'm a package of information using a physical structure. So it's using these cables that were being used before for maybe telephony or something like that. And these structures originally supported internet, but it's like they've become obsolete. And the rules haven't been very clear because it's all happened so fast. However, today, when you talk about packages, we're talking about IPs, we're talking about internet, telecommunications. It's when people think about telecommunications today, we think about old telephones. And there's a certain amount of truth to that. Because telecommunications, the physical infrastructure, and internet is something new that's been planted on top of that. people saying, oh, let's just migrate from landlines to everything being Wi-Fi, that public services should move into the cloud, and maybe many services have to be privatized on the way. The logic is that the circuits should remain, but that we build on them. These circuits as we knew them just don't exist anymore. Last question, because our other panelist is online. I am Alvinho, and my question is about the outlook you talked about at the beginning when you talked about the creation of the CGI, which is something that you talked about in your book, which is a great book, by the way. And when you talk about CGI and the multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholder perspective, I was thinking about the fact that Brazil is leading the movement called Internet 10. And I wanted to know what the role played by the CGI is in leading this movement called Internet 10. Is it more active? Is it more passive? What role is the CGI playing in this sense? The first, thank you for the question. The first issue is that isn't a specific vertical rule. We're not talking about vertical rules in internet governance. Because the most important point here is the view of the citizen. When we talk about networks and you don't understand the DNS system or the communication by package, then it means that you don't have enough understanding of the rules and ultimately have no authority to talk about this. These rules aren't just merely imposed by standards that everybody has to follow, but very much respond to the conditions reigning at the time. So I think that in Brazil has a role to play in leading the development of the democratization of internet access. And oh, he's been cut off again. This accelerated Portuguese course, this happened to me once before when I was working. I didn't speak a word of Portuguese, and there wasn't any internet at that time. So the project finished, and as soon as it finished, I started studying Portuguese because I really think it's very important to be able to speak as many languages at all, and they have different accents. You have different accents. Larissa, where are you from? There are just two of us from the northern Brazil. Larissa, where are you from? Where from? Brazil is enormous, you know. It practically spans the entire breadth of the continent. So it's very big and there's very different accents. I know Argentina has lots of accents too. I'm almost Chilean myself. Well, what should we do? I have Marcos waiting for us. I think we should just move on to our next speaker. Let's move on to Marcos, otherwise it's going to be very late. Well, then you can send him a mail later and ask him for an answer. Marcos Agenda has a great presentation. He gave a great presentation last time through different digital payments methods and blockchain. And he's going to talk about something similar. He's the director of a new company. Before, he was working on blockchain, which is one that belongs to LACNIC and various companies. And do we have Marcos's presentation? Yes, good. Come on then, let's listen to Marcos. I think he's Spanish from Spain, but I think he lived in Panama. We'll ask him. He told me that he was online.
Are you there? Should I carry on? Okay, let's just. This presentation was very interesting, and a lot of questions came up from it. And we are going to have a coffee break as well, but I'm still waiting for the Argentinians to come and talk to me about the song we're gonna sing this evening. Someone asked about Tamara, Larissa, the other Larissa. Because I wanted to talk to you, and I did say she was here. So we're going to have karaoke tonight and cocktails. But where's the organizer? Everyone's left. Oh, so he's looking for, he's trying to get the funds for the cocktails tonight. And then we're going to have Rodrigo La Parra and Nicolas Antonello here in person at 4:30. What's going on? It's not working? Are you there? I'm going to move because otherwise I can't see the camera. Marcos, are you there? Hello, I am here. How are you? Nice to see you. The fellows were asking what language do you speak? And listening to your accent, I gather you are from Spain, but in which city are you? Well, I'm in Panama. I live in Panama City. And you have a new company called Blarify, is that correct? Yes, that's correct. As you know, I was working in blockchain and technical areas in the Inter-American Bank of Development. And we realized there was a great ecosystem of digital aspects, and we needed to bring technology. And we founded Blarify, which is a company which works in development. And we had different projects in the region. So we are going to have panelists from Latin America and different countries around the world. And we were telling them that your presentation last time created a lot of enthusiasm and interest. So thank you so much for participating. I also want to mention that on Tuesday we had an award of the telecommunications organization. So thank you very much for all of those experts to contribute and collaborate with the school. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much for inviting me today, another year. So it's always been a pleasure, even from the first times I participated. Each year, I try to tell you about the story of what's happening in the virtual wallets and all of these things that are coming up. And for me, it's an honor to participate in these events and talk about this audience who understand internet very well, and they will always present interesting questions. And I'm very grateful to be here, and I really hope that you enjoy my presentation. So today I have prepared presentation about all of the opportunities and digital wallets. So this is the first slide. So I would like you to reflect, or we'll reflect together, that internet was born without an identity. It was a web of devices interconnected to share information, but without an identity, that it was almost impossible to identify those devices. So there are different organizations linked to internet governance. And the reason is to be able to give domains and identify devices. So, and after this, identifying these sites, the internet services started to appear.
That's when we start to build a vertical layer. But when we think about an identity layer for people, how people who use internet, who interact on the web, use that layer of applications, there is nothing native which enables us to identify these entities. So over the last 20 years, we've been building platforms, and different companies have done that, to offer partial solutions to the identification of individual authentication on the web. For instance, we have physical documents and the verification. Then we have companies like Academia that offer solutions to verify things like passports, for instance. For signing contracts, there are platforms like DocuSign, which enables you to sign documents digitally, or other platforms which also involve e-signatures and enable you to sign contracts with support from the different countries in the region. And when it comes to authentication for clients, we have platforms like Zero and other companies like Sysperu, which have developed different solutions, and authentication for the workforce. Microsoft has been working there, as well as Okta, and everything which has to do with different entities which work with KIC. We have SumSub and others. All of these companies, what they've done is develop solutions which tackle the issue of that fact that there is not a native layer of identity for people on internet. However, big warning, there is a big regulated disruption on the way which is going to change all of this. The EU in March adopted a new regulatory framework which it's been working on for the last 6 or 7 years, which is called ALAS DOS 2. It's a regulatory framework which manages digital signatures and so forth. It's just been adopted, and this framework not only proposes to regulate, but also imposes the use of e-wallet, e-identity documents throughout the EU, so that by 2026 or 2027, in the EU, all the countries will be able to offer e-documents and e-wallets. How is this going to happen? Who's going to develop this? Are the countries going to do it? Is the EU going to do it? Are private companies going to do that? Within each country, a mechanism will be set up through which the country can decide whether they're going to launch a national e-wallet, or if they're going to use another kind of digitalization system, whether it's going to contract private companies to do this. But what's for sure is that by 2026 or 27, it will be obligatory for each country to offer e-wallets. The most interesting thing is not that the Pioneer app is going to exist, for instance. But what is interesting is that banks and private and public sector entities will be obliged to accept people to connect using their e-wallet. That means that when you go to a web page, we'll be able to have a function that says, for instance, with a QR code and enable us to connect it through e-wallet. No more passwords, no more third-party authentication, and we'll be able to scan the QR with our cell phone and connect directly to the page. That's going to be happening in Europe the next 2 or 3 years. Now, given that everybody has to adapt to this new rule, and this is where all the main players are, it's not going to just happen in Europe, it's going to scale up to the world. And there will eventually be a global application of this new system of identity e-wallets. And Latin America and Caribbean is obviously very keen to bring this to the region and see how we can set up a framework which inspired and even compatible with what's happened in Europe. Now, if we could go back to the first slide when we talked about the lack of an identity layer on internet, this is the gateway to enabling this concept of digital identity start to circulate. So we don't have to have 80 different platforms which contain information about our identity, but which doesn't belong to us, but involves a number of different identities which are sharing the information. Finally, we as people will be able to have ownership of our own digital identity and be able to control it using an e-wallet on our cell phone and be able to solve this problem about identity on internet, which didn't belong to us and wasn't sufficiently verifiable. Now, how is this going to impact on areas that transcend the mere concept of identity? Well, in the first place, these wallets will become not only the place where we keep our identity, but also a new channel. Because if we think about how web evolved, which you know very well, the web started with a first interface, which was browsers. The browsers were the gateway to enable people to browse the web. And they were the gateway to the first version of the web version 1. When smartphones came on the scene, smartphones opened a new gateway to the web, which were mobile apps. Today, we interact with internet through apps on our phones to share information and receive information and content. All mobile apps that we use on our smartphones have become the new gateway to internet. And this can be considered like the second gateway. Now there's a third one, because these digital wallets will first of all help us to keep our identity documents and can be used to sign or authenticate or whatever. But soon they will become the place where we keep our assets, value, information, and finally they may even become an interface whereby other third parties can offer us products or services. Now, if you think about applications like Rappi or Mercado Libre, these applications which are already commercializing products and services, this can do this on your wallet. If I have my personal wallet where I have my identity, some suppliers are going to want to market their products and services on directly to our wallet. So because we pay them through our wallet, and they may even pay us to be able to advertise their products directly in our wallets. So it's like a new channel to connect to the web and to interact with others on internet. Now, the one-time Know Your Customer will now be replaced by digital cards, which can be reused. So we'll start to accumulate these different kind of credentials in our wallet, and we can present them to third parties who can trust in these credentials. And it'll be better than KYC, because you'll probably have seen there's quite a lot of scandals about KYC, where AI, which fishes or impersonates to fake these levels of control. So digital credentials that we use with different suppliers that will enable us to keep the information will also help us to prove who we are for third parties. And this is where we connect to the idea of blockchain, which is what I usually talk about. and particularly have been over the last few years when I've had the opportunity to talk to you. If we connect these wallets to blockchain and we connect our identity to blockchain, these wallets, which are identity wallets in the market, will eventually be able to use for digital signatures, tokens, payments, cryptocurrencies, stablecoin, everything can be integrated safely and privately and user-centric and a user-friendly way into these wallets, which will be this new channel. So that is like the framework that I want you to bear in mind, which is so disruptive. Now, I'd like to move on to talk to you about what this new web will look like. This new web has four main pillars, which are going to change the way that we interact and are part of this digital transformation which is affecting us today. On the one hand, these digital wallets will be the channels which will enable us to control our digital persona. Then our identity will be represented on verifiable digital credentials. Thirdly, we will see that our assets, the value, will be represented more and more using tokens, which are decentralized and can be transferred in real time. If I'm going too fast, don't worry. We're going to go into this in more detail in a minute. And fourthly, in terms of trust, the trust records in which we can check against which we can check our credentials will be decentralized records. Let's go into depth. How about control and digital wallets? If you look back in time, as I said, in 1994, this is when internet was born, and it worked on people's personal computers. In 2004, the Web 2, smartphones, and now the mobile wallets, the e-wallets. So we're entering a third generation of the web. This is Web 3.0, where we can find different assets to use on our e-wallets. When we double click on identity, when we talk about these verifiable digital credentials, we will have a different digital format for our passports, everything, our health documents, our e-documents, our health documents, everything that's digital, everything will be integrated into the wallet. And everything will be able to connect to that so that it can verify and check the information and the credentials. And the European Union, is the one that is marking the way, and because it's going to be rolling this out in 26, 27. Now, in technical terms, so you can see how this is going to work. This shows us how we will have different players, which are the issuers of documents and credentials and verifiable information. For instance, we have players like the civil register, the ones that issue diplomas, the tax authorities, the surveillance and competent bodies, those who issue the new digital attributes, because everything is going to be done digitally. We're also going to have this digital wallet where we will see the new entities in charge of issuing the credentials, and we'll have the verifiers, who are third parties, who will be requesting the information in order to check it, whether it's the police or citizens' portals, digital platforms, airports, the police, banks. And here it shows how going to be checking these digital documents. We need trust records where the authorities can check the cryptographic data behind everything that's issued, whether these are credentials or documents that are kept in the e-wallet. Now, third point. This has to do with assets. Now, in Latin America, we have the case of El Salvador, which is the first country in the world to establish Bitcoin as its official currency. Citigroup, Boston Consulting Group, and the World Economic Forum are paying more attention to cryptocurrencies. And they're saying that they're going to tokenize something like $3 trillion worth of assets, financial assets. What does it mean? It means that financial assets, whether it's a credit, a loan, a private debt, shares in a private company, or even real estate, all of these will be represented using tokens, which are part of blockchain, enabling their transactions to be far faster and more efficient, as opposed to today when you have entities like these securities deposits or banks. And what they do is take several days to carry out a transaction, whether it's a liquidation or releasing a deposit or whatever. So when we talk about these decentralized records and smart contracts that are able to automate the value of these digital tokens, this means that all of these transactions will start to take place and can be done 24/7 instead of just in office hours. Everything is going to be automated, which also reduces the risks that the other party, for instance, when you transfer, this is a real world situation. When I buy a car or sell a car, I have to wait to get the money. And the question is, do I wait to be paid? When do I give them the documents? And the car will now be represented by a token, as will the payment. So, in an intelligent way, both things are blocked until the transfer has been completed, and so neither part scams the other. So, in terms of credit notes, everything's going to be totally traceable, and there will be no opportunities for fraud. And international transfers, like remittances, can also be carried out much more quickly. Before we talk about this, we're going to look at the predictions which are made by the Citigroup. And it has identified 5 groups of tokenized assets which are going to be increasingly tokenized. And these are the figures that it gives for 2030. Corporate debt and sovereign debt will beat 100 of the 187 trillion. Some 1 trillion will be tokenized. Of the 20 trillion that are currently available in real estate, 1.5 trillion will be tokenized. Private equity venture capital, which was worth 7 trillion, some 0.7 trillion will be tokenized. Securities financing and collateral, there will be of the total of 42 trillion in circulation, we're expecting as much as nearly 2 trillion. And when it comes to trade finance, which is international, import and export, a market worth 12 trillion, we're expecting 1 trillion to be tokenized. This is just a vision of Marcos Allende. It isn't just my vision, which I'm just talking about. I'm saying that this is what we can expect to see through the e-wallets, and this is a vision that is shared by BCG and Citigroup. If you look at JP Morgan, which is one of the largest banks in the world, you can already see them that they're working with a lot of tokenized assets, which is running to the billions of dollars. Finally, trust registers, which use blockchain. These enable various things to take place in these 2 verticals. So in terms of identity, it means that there can be public lists of the people who issue different kinds of credentials. You can be able to check credentials. You can see where the organizations have got to. And in terms of assets, we'll be able to use tokens, which enables transfers to made and liquidated in real time, and transactions to be automated. All of this will happen in decentralized trust records. So everything I've been talking about, I'm going to summarize. So we got identity, value, trust, and ownership. As I said, 1994, Web.1, basic computers and browsers, people's identity was still physical, value was on paper, trust, and there was no digital property. In 2004, Web.2, identity started to take place in different regulated media, but it was still quite inconvenient because it's difficult to get digital signatures, and a lot of things still took place in the physical world. In terms of values, these went from being on paper to digital assets, which were transacted digitally, but it was still pretty inefficient. Confidence, trust would continue to be the same, and property was started to be digitized, but it's still in third-party hands. Like banks, for instance, have digital records of our money, right, in our accounts. Now, in this new web, what's going to happen is that identity will be in our hands through the digital credentials that we own. Trust will be decentralized, and property, which still requires intermediaries, because have trust in the system, but this will start to be coordinated directly by us through our own digital wallets. Finally, a bit of a spoiler, really. I've launched this company called Blarify, and this is the last slide, where I show you a little bit how Blarify works to create the components to enable this new transformation of the public and private sector. And if you know of any company that would be interested in analyzing this, we can provide you with everything, the integration with blockchain, our own protocols for this new generation of verification. We have our own middleware, and we have our own user interface and our own wallets. So I won't take up any more of your time to talk about Blarify, but please contact me if you want any more information or would like to continue conversation. This is my Twitter, this is my LinkedIn profile, and I'd love to be able to chat with you about anything that you like on this subject. So here I am. I'm open to questions from the floor. Thank you again for the invitation to speak, and a round of applause for Marcos.
Voy a las manos levantadas, ahí voy.
Good afternoon, I'm from Colombia. I have the opportunity where I work in ICT about a year and a half ago. And we know this is a very appropriate technology for what we want to do in government. I want to ask you something related with the tendencies in terms of digital currency. In Colombia, for example, we have the digital peso, and other countries do have similar currencies. And they're expecting to create more digital currencies following the tendency of the euro. There's uncertainty in terms of how to implement the technology in the currency, legal currency. And we would like to know exactly where I'm spending that currency. So blockchain looks like the ideal solution to manage this information. But some governments and states seem to be very uncertain, particularly in terms of sovereignty around their currency and around platforms like blockchain. So what's the vision that we have of blockchain, and how can we protect country sovereignty and privacy?
Very good question, thank you. Well, firstly, for those of you who don't know, the regional blockchain project, which is being coordinated from the IADB, and it has credit lines open for any entity who wants to use blockchain. And this is a network which is supported by the ADB. It's called LACchain, and it's from part of LACnet, which LACNIC is also a part of, and it's part of the growth of internet in Latin America. Well, I didn't talk very much about digital currencies. It's a central bank digital currencies, which is this new generation of currencies where central banks have seen tokenization as a very efficient solution and want to compete in that level of efficiency, as in the field of cryptocurrency or stable currencies like USDC and USD. And then the banks are saying, well, I want to create my own digital currency or my own digital token and use blockchain to do this. So in Latin America, we're seeing the development of this, and in Brazil, for instance, where the TREX project is underway, it has been blocked at the moment because they're carrying out analysis into the whole issue of privacy, implementations that can be scalable. And at the moment, the world is trying to understand how to work with these currencies, these central currencies. Because if we incorporate everything into a blockchain, how can we use this to see whether we can identify something? And because what happens is that sometimes the whole payment chain will become public, and that's not necessarily what we want. That's a big debate here. If you want my personal opinion on this, as individuals, as citizens, we use digital forms of payment by which actually are credit cards and bank transfers. And this is regulated nationally. We already have a chance to pay digitally. We don't need these CBCs to reach us. What we do need is for the mechanisms which underpin our payment system can be erected on the CBCs. So the idea is that the financial entities have systems to liquidate transfers in real time and offer us interfaces such as the ones we have today that enable us to make payments, like international ones. We can do these in real time and without such high costs. What we need to do is change the current financial infrastructure, which is operated by the current financial players, and bring new players into the market. But I think the issue of privacy is the most critical one to be resolved when we're talking about tokenized currencies issued by the central banks.
How can we protect the tokens that are directed? Because we are. So if they might pass the controls, the verification controls in autonomous systems, however, how can we protect those mechanisms to validate the identity, given that the European Union has implemented this digital identity in currencies and other future applications?
It's very important to be able to associate trust with trustworthy organizations. There are going to be lots of players in this new digital era who are going to be issuing false credentials, fake credentials, and fake information, and fake assets. That's going to happen. Now, but what's very important is to have organizations of trust who are able to check who generated the specific assets. Because if we can put our trust in these organizations and know that a credential was truly issued by a ministry or a health body or a university, or an asset was issued by a specific financial entity, if we have that trust which well established, we will be able to differentiate between truth and lie. Now, regarding what we're talking about, the modification of information, the way blockchain is constructed. Now, we've worked a lot with quantum computing to to handle blockchain information. The blockchain networks are very well protected, and they're very well protected in terms of quantum computing. But it's not possible to modify the information once it's up in the blockchain. Everything is going to be very well protected, but the key is who are the players who are creating these assets, because we need to know whether we can trust that information and those assets. So what we're really talking about are the roots of trust.
Good afternoon, I'm from Bolivia. The company I work for, they use Octane for human resources. So if we do change this e-wallet and they would take special characters like everybody else, and we use in some cases. And the second one is that our challenge is that we have bought other small companies and we are integrating the system. So in some cases, it's easier to recreate the user before talking to the area that's in charge of that and carry out the whole process to modify everything. How robust or how many permits we should have to recreate the user in the wallet?
Obviously, platforms like Okta, which have been around for a few years, have been quite refined during all these processes. Now, in the case of e-wallets, this is still a work in progress, as are the credentials, but there are solutions which are seeking to cover all these different scenarios that you mentioned. But to be honest, these scenarios of what we do when we have an issue with phishing or when we deal with special characters, I can only say that there are things that we're going to solve as we go. We are at the beginning of this new era of e-wallets and digital wallet identities. And the next few years, we'll see exactly how solutions can be developed and how Okta, for instance, can start to implement these new functions within its proposal. Not all platforms that are current today are going to disappear, but simply they're going to evolve to incorporate these e-wallets, and they'll be adopting this new technologies. Part of the process is seeing how these different characters and migration of certain systems can be done in an efficient way.
Hi, I'm Diego from Chile. Um, I was thinking that you gave the example of Europe, but Europe is really, really far away from where we are. So my question is, if you have to give some advice to a government or a Latin American government, what's your vision? What are the steps we need to take to move forward and integrate the digital era and make use of all of this technology and that we are discussing?
When we talk about these sorts of things, I always say, in 50 years ago, in Singapore or in South Korea, and if we had been there, if we had looked at them from Europe or US, we would have said these countries are light years ahead of us in terms of technology development. And in China has a long-term strategy where they are taking advantage of these developments. So what we're trying to do is just run slightly behind them, just to see where the problems are, so that we can learn from their mistakes. And we can always change direction, but we'll just see what other people are doing at the same time. you can move in any direction you want. Once you pick up speed, obviously it becomes harder to change. It may be that some countries are further behind than others, but they'll learn from other people's mistakes. And in Europe, for instance, there are tons of regulations, tons of processes, and each time you make changes, you have to give time for everybody to adapt to that change. And you also have to deal with the resistance from people who say, but it's changed enough, we don't want to change anymore. Now, in Latin America, it may be a bit behind, so the effort has to be greater, but ultimately the gain from making that effort is going to be greater because they'll learn from the rest. Chile is pretty advanced, particularly in terms of digital signatures, and further ahead than other countries in Latin America. They could adopt these e-wallets very easily and use this e-signature because they've already got something that's very similar to what's going on in Europe. So we're talking about governments who are interested in adopting this concept of the e-wallet. There are countries like Colombia have already been talking about this citizens digital folder. Now, could I say in answer to this question? I would say let's sit down to see what is there in terms of data protection and regulatory issues governing e-digitals, and where have you got to in terms of the digitalization of assets or crypto assets? Because on the basis of that, you can draw up a roadmap to see how you can develop the technology. If something is to be changed, adapted, and something new brought in. But once again, you can only establish a regulatory framework which includes something like an e-signature and to incorporate a digital wallet. This is something that can be done relatively easily. I think there's a great opportunity to do things in Latin America if we inspire ourselves on what's going on in Europe and in other countries, because what Europe has proposed is not something that's going to limit itself to Europe, but it's going to be interesting for countries who are interested in working with Europe, cooperating with Europe, and they'll be able to do that if they adopt these policies and these standards. So I think there's huge possibilities for building new relationships.
I'm Luis, I'm from Brazil. My question is about electronic signature. I'd like to have your opinion on this. In Brazil, we have an infrastructure in public areas where we are allowed to use digital certificates for private entities. However, in practical words, the public entities do not agree with the utilization of these private certificates, and they prefer the other type of certification. I would like to know if, in your experience and with your knowledge and perspective, is there a similar context, or there is a wider acceptance of electronic signature for private entities?
When we talk about these e-wallets, they'll enable ordinary people personally and people representing private entities to manage digital signatures within the wallet. And it'll be far easier to sign contracts, to authenticate themselves using their e-signature and their e-identity. So everybody is going to be able to use these digital signatures within wallets. One last question.
Thanks for the presentation, Angelica. A few days ago, we had a presentation, and someone asked, what would you say to to yourself but in the past, and we all responded by cryptocurrency. That's what we all responded, and bitcoins, of course. We didn't do it in the past because it didn't seem to be user friendly. We didn't have access to buy it, or we didn't know how. So, given the situation that we are currently in, and that everything that's got to do with digital assets and cryptocurrency will be a lot easier for us to access. We're going to have e-wallets, which will increment this accessibility. What's your opinion now, thinking if you would have the opportunity to ask yourself, looking at the future? So basically, we want to know what to buy.
Well, what's happened with cryptocurrencies is an extraordinary phenomenon. The history of humanity in general is an opportunity which is about buying an asset which was multiplied in an unprecedented way. It's very difficult for that to happen now with something else. And personally, how to make the most of this. I don't sure I have anything particularly important to share with you, but basically, whether you're in the public or the private sector and you want to develop efficient ways of running your business, advantages to verifiability and innovation, well, these new technologies are going to bring you all of that. Blockchain technology, digital credentials, e-wallets. These are the new digital tools that we will have available, and I would encourage you to start studying them and analyzing them and see how you can adopt them to your benefit. If, for instance, if anybody who can identify a way of becoming a millionaire overnight, well, obviously, I would share that information, but frankly, I don't really have anything. I don't have any useful investment information to share for you. But otherwise, I hope that my speech was of interest to you. Well, we did try. We tried to find out what to invest in. Well, a round of applause for Marcos. Thank you, Marcos. Super interesting. And thank you for sharing your time and your knowledge and the presentation. And good luck with your new enterprise. Thank you. Bye bye. That was fascinating. He didn't tell us what to buy, did he? Darn it. Well, coffee time, right?
Adrián.
Shall, shall we all take our seats? Right, moving on to the last panel of the day. We are lucky enough to have people who are here with us in person. There are two people here who are very clear to us at the school. We have Rodrigo de la Parra from Mexico, Nicolas Saldieni Antoniello from Uruguay. They're going to be talking to us about DNS. I want to remind you that we had the CEO of ICANN with us, and also Tripti has sent us some very nice messages. So make the most of them. They're here with us today. Obviously, when we have people joining us online, they join us from all over the world, but it's not quite the same, is it, as being able to share this space in person. So thank you to you and to ICANN for supporting us as always, as sponsors and sending experts our way. Welcome, Rodrigo. Are there any? There are Mexicans, there are Uruguayans here from all over Latin America, and a big contingent from Brazil. Come on, Brazilians, put your hands up. There are a lot that have seem to have gone off for a walk. Yes, I can definitely sense the carnival atmosphere. We'll sing we'll sing when it's all over. Thank you, Olga. Thank you, Adrian, for the invitation. It's always. Oh, yes, we got a prize on Tuesday. We were awarded the WeSees prize. Well, that's fantastic. It's now the WeSees 20 plus, huh? If you're able to see the video of the first day of Sally Costerton, who's our CEO, and she's the CEO and the president of the board of ICANN. She said that we were going to be here, and here we are in person to talk to you in more detail about ICANN and the DNS. We've been present at various editions of the South School to talk about internet governance. And in the last three, we took a different approach in our talks. We tried to focus more on the technical governance of internet. And this is because we want to understand how internet and DNS works so that any policy or measure taken, any rules, norms to resolve any problems on internet do not lead to problems with internet's infrastructure. And that's not the intention of the policymakers for sure. Nobody wants to harm the internet's open architecture or to undermine its principles. Sometimes it's an unforeseeable consequence that occurred when they were trying to resolve a public policy issue, which is something that happens when authorities seek to defend public interests. Sometimes when they take the measures, they have to be careful that they don't undermine this. So this is why it's important that you understand how the DNS works. Perhaps not everybody here is technical. Nico's very didactic. He's an engineer, but he explains things in such a way that you can understand, and understand, more importantly, how we can safeguard this safe, interoperable internet. Now, during this week, we probably heard mention of ICANN. ICANN is an important organization from the technical point of view so that internet can work. It's one of the key players in terms of DNS. It has the mission of maintaining the security, stability, and resiliency of the system of single identifiers for internet, which are the domain names and the IP addresses. It's not the only organization which does this, but it is the organization which at global level carries out this coordination. ICANN, firstly, is an organization which plays a technical role, which Nico is going to explain to us. For example, the assignment of IPs come from ICANN. They have the general pool, central pool of IP addresses and distributes them through 5 regional distributors in our region, LACNIC. I think you've heard from Cesar Diaz from the LACNIC, who's been talking to you on another subject. And LACNIC hands over these addresses to different operators in the region. And these regional operators hand them over to the users. And the other way in which we can understand what ICANN does is to talk about it as a multi-stakeholder discussion platform where decisions are taken that have an impact on this unique identifier system. Now, this last point has made ICANN, has propelled ICANN into pole position in terms of the discussions about where internet is going. Initially, when we started talking about internet governance on the Information Society and the World Summit, which is granting these prizes, the World Summit of the Information Society, that's when they started talking about global governance. And people asking then, well, then who is governing internet? Who's got the red button to turn it on or off? Who's in charge? Who takes the decisions? And lots of people thought that it was ICANN, because it was the only organization that existed at global level with that level of visibility. And so they said, are you in charge of it? And that wasn't the only issue. First, it was false, but also ICANN at the time had a contract with the US government, with the Trade and Commerce Department. So that meant that suddenly everything became a little darker. And we all know who's got the button, finger on the button, if it's an ICANN, and behind ICANN is the government of the United States. So this premise is quite false, because ICANN does have an important role to play, which is the DNS. It's a multi-sectoral coordination. And the second is that this contract with the US government no longer exists. ICANN today is an independent organization which is accountable to the global multi-sectoral community. For those of you interested in things beyond internet and global governance, an organization which offers a very fertile ground to study the future shape of the model, which is multi-stakeholder, multi-sectoral, with certain decision-making processes that can develop internet governance. This is very important because internet is a global network and it's a global problem that has to be resolved between different stakeholders. ICANN has been around since 1998 and always through the multi-stakeholder model and always with this idea of taking decisions from the bottom up. It's the community itself which takes these decisions. And in 2002, which was when we started to discuss things such as the Summit of Internet Governance, it was given as an example of how discussions could take place at global level on internet on subjects which go far beyond IP addresses. Today, ICANN is over 25 years old and has an international presence which has grown significantly and is now able to answer to different stakeholders. Our offices are in Uruguay, in Montevideo. A very special place. It's called the Internet House of Latin America and the Caribbean, where we reside with other organizations such as LACNIC, which is our host there, but also the Internet Society and LACTLD, the organization grouping together country codes. We also have Lucky X, which has got the different internet exchange providers. And we have another neighbor here from LAC, from ALI, which is the North American Society of Internet. And all of us are under the same roof. We work side by side in the interest of keeping internet as safe and open as we know it today. Nico is going to talk to us today. There is some, if you want to know more about ICANN and the community, ideally, we would love you to be part of the ICANN community. It's a very open community. We have a very active representation in Latin America. And there is information about scholarships. There are scholarships for students, which is called the Next Gen program. We have a fellowships program for all those who want to be part of the ICANN meetings, because we rotate from one region to the others just so that we can take the different stakeholders can take turns. Next time we're going to Kigali, Rwanda, and then in October we're going to Istanbul and Asia. So we have 3 meetings a year. And that's where the opportunities lie to apply for grants and scholarships and be part of the different groups making up ICANN. And the other thing is the online education platform ICANN Learn, where you can access courses in different languages free of charge. So without further ado, thank you, Olga and Adrian and Oscar, for the invitation. And I'll pass you over to Nico. So thank you. ¿Quieres probar?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Nicolás Antoniello, and I'm the CEO and Regional Technical Engagement Manager for ICANN. So basically my role is in the technical area, but other multiple stakeholders is not that I just work with experts and techniques in the area. We do have a wide team, and I speak to all of them. So the idea today is to discuss internet, in particular DNS, and some other things, and that's why other things we're going to review internet, which I'm sure you have been talking about it during the week. What is DNS? What is DNS for? It's the domain name system. How does it work? And we're going to try to link the topic with the topic of the week, internet governance, and other things that I'm sure they will come out as we speak. Any questions? Anyone? Any comments? You can interrupt me. You don't wait until the end, because the idea is that we do this talk more interactive. So I know what I'm going to say. So if I'm the only one who speaks, you might get bored. So feel free to interrupt anytime, at any point. If I know the answer, I will answer your questions. Otherwise, Olga, Adrian, and if not, we will tell you where you can find the information. How does internet work? This first stage hasn't got a PowerPoint, but this is good. I always remember A conference that I attended many years ago when I was working in operations for a company that was doing internet access. I was the CEO, the scientific CEO of IBM. And he always used to say, my colleague, that the presentations was the worst thing a presenter could do because no one was really listening. If there was a PowerPoint, people would focus on the PowerPoint. So how does internet work? Let's review it very quickly. It was created in the US. Well, it wasn't created or invented. What was invented because it was a job given by the Defense Department of the United States called ARPA, which is a research center for defense, which is part of the defense departments of the US. So in a university of the United States, they needed a system to interconnect devices, computers at the time, in such a way so information could be exchanged among them without having to transport the information physically in any mechanism. So computers had been going around for many years. At the time, of course, they weren't what we have today. For example, my watch has almost 2 million times more potency than the computers that were around at the time, but it's a lot smaller. The only difference is it's got a watch shape, otherwise it could even be invisible. So to transport information, back in the day, it has to be recorded in a hard drive and then transported to another device. So this group, this team, they started to work in this topic, and they discovered or invented protocols that after were standardized and were useful to exchange information among interconnected devices without the need of having physical transportation of the information. So in particular, the main point at the time of the protocols that were standardized, it was the IP protocol and TCP protocol. It's not one protocol. There are many, hundreds of them, hundreds of protocols that make all of this possible. But those were the cornerstone that change everything. One is at the level of KP3 and the other one is KP4 that allows this information exchange. So we had Vinsurf, who participated there, among many others, who today are considered the father or the parents of the internet. So internet is a consequence. What they invented, well, it's debatable whether they invented it or not, but what is for sure and for certain is that that was the moment and the time where the data webs became relevant and acquired this enormous importance that they have today. That happened at the end of the 80s. Up until today, we have the same protocols to interconnect all devices that are connected to what we call internet. So internet in itself is a consequence, it's not an invention. It's a consequence of interconnecting many devices. Firstly, they connected devices, then webs, that they became bigger and bigger up until today, and for many years, almost 40 years, all of those interconnected webs, we call them internet. Is the only web of webs. It's not the only one, but it is the only web of webs that exists at a global level and with public access. So So those connected devices in the web, to be able to communicate, they have to be identified, just as we could identify a number, a phone number. How do we identify a phone in a phone web? How? With an IP. That's the answer of a very young person. How we used to be done in the past traditionally with the phone number. And some others might argue that no, that was not the way we used to identify it. We used to use an email, but no, it used to be the phone number. And that doesn't exist anymore. We all have IP addresses, and we still believe we use a phone number, but that's not the case. But that's another topic for another time. So just like phones can be identified with a phone number, the devices are identified with an IP address. And we've got different types. We've got 4, 6. Are those two versions of the same protocol? No, they're completely two different protocols with a similar name. So they're not compatible. One is, we could say, is the evolution of one of them, because there was a problem with the quantities of available addresses. So if you want to assign one address to all devices that are connected to the internet, and we want to identify them in a unique way, so of course we need as many addresses as devices we have, well, avoiding duplications. But if we want a unique address, we need a unique address for each device. So the protocol 4, well, it's a huge number, billions of addresses. We're talking about 1980s. We thought we had too many, that it was going to be more than enough. But of course, that was not the case, because the internet kept growing and kept growing. And now we have more devices that need to be connected than addresses. So we needed to do another protocol that was the evolution of the previous one. So that was 8.06. So that was in the 90s. It's older than what we think, but we only started to use it recently, after it was designed and created. So, IPv4.6 has more addresses, and of course it has improved. And from some point of view, we can think, yes, it has improved, but the main objective was to store more addresses. So we have two protocols, IPv4 and 6, and this is just like phone numbers for telephones. The difference is that with a phone number, we just need to add one figure, and then we can just create more phone numbers. But that's not how it works with internet. And with the internet, we have to create a new protocol. So we got the devices, we got the numbers. So what happens? Just like with the phone numbers and telephone lines, as human beings, for us, it's harder to remember numbers than phrases or words, sequences. Why? We don't know, but it's easier to remember a phrase or words than numbers. Even more so, we can even remember longer series of words than numbers. And how can we corroborate this? Just put your hands up if you remember math the 15 figures in a number. More than 3? I cannot put my hand up because I only remember 2 phone numbers, my wife's and myself, my own. Why don't I remember any phone numbers? Why do I don't need to remember? Because my mobile phone has an app which is a database that will show me or will say Nicolas Antonello has his phone number. Maria Rodriguez got this phone number. So what do? I just write the name and the app will show the number, and so I just created a data exchange with the other device. So I don't even have to know the number. The app will do the work, and I don't even notice. I just write the name, and then I can start communication with the other person. So we're going to do the same with the internet. So if we have those IP4, can you imagine how complicated it is to remember an IP address? It's in hexadecimal numbers. Who knows what that is? I think there are a few who need to study maths, who are not technicians or, okay. Not everyone needs to know everything. I always said I've got many friends who are lawyers, and when they try to play engineers, that doesn't go well, and the other way around. So, we got devices with IP addresses, and we want to be able to identify them, to be able to locate them easily. So someone decided to do the same we did with the telephone line. So they created a system that links IP numbers or IP addresses. They link those IPs to names. So what it is in the phone line, a phone number for the internet is a DNS. What is a DNS? It's an identifier that is assigned to a device, well, today not even to devices, it's to a service as well. Any service could have a domain name, and there is a system that translates that name to IP addresses. That is the DNS. That is exactly the same. That is to internet what a phone number is to the telephone line. So now you're probably thinking you're going to have me here for an hour talking about something that is the same as it used to be when we had telephones and phone numbers. Well, no. The thing is, and here we have the first question, which I find very interesting. So we talk about DNS, well, which doesn't seem to have a very important importance, but it's a critical point or service for the internet. If DNS doesn't work, something will not work properly with the internet, because that's got the name critical. So if a DNS doesn't work, does it mean that internet doesn't work? No, that's the same as to say if I delete a phone number, the phone line will carry on working. This is the same. So if a DNS doesn't work, the internet will carry on working. But the other question we should wonder, can we use internet if we don't have a DNS? And the answer is also no, because the reason or the explanation is the same. It's like if I ask you to delete your entire phone number directory in your phone number, in your phone, and perhaps you'll be able to call one or two people. You won't be able to call the rest because you simply don't remember the phone numbers. This is exactly the same. If we don't have the IPs or the DNS, a DNS doesn't mean anything without an IP. But for us, it's the way we've got to communicate and the way to access services. And that's why it's so important. And that is why it's a critical point in the internet use. And there are many technical reasons that unfortunately we're not going to have time to revise today. But currently, if the DNS system would not work, so internet will not be as functional, but partially some features and some functions in the web and on the services in the internet might not work if if DNS doesn't work, because a lot of protocols and technologies that were developed afterwards used those DNS protocols to implement more tasks. So now when you have a URL, not only you are using the DNS, but all of the apps are using hundreds of times a day a DNS protocol without us knowing. So in a way, if the DNS doesn't work, or any of those apps will work. Probably all of the apps that we have in our mobile phones, computers. Okay, so let's move on. So that is basically what DNS is and why it was invented. Because we cannot remember word sequences or numbers. So it's a system that we do give the word sequence and we get back a number. So we do give a domain name and we get back an IP address associated with that domain. And that way I can establish a communication with a device that has assigned that IP in the internet. So the ones who are not technical, we are going to get more into details. So DNS was designed with this structure. So technically, is a branch of maths and is called inverted tree. That's, well, because normally the roots are down and then the branches will go up, but this is the other way around. Sorry, we are not very good. We technicians, engineers are not very good finding names, sorry. But we're not very creative. So what is this inverted tree? So it represents DNS, system domain name. It's an abstract way to create a database, which is a mechanism to store data. What do we store? Here, we will store domain names and IP addresses. So for each name that we have an associated or linked IP address, there will be an entry in this database system. And that will be stored in some of these parts of the DNS. Each rectangle is called node. And the information that I'm searching, whatever that is, it will be in one of those rectangles. So, let's quickly talk about the structure of this inverted tree. So the root is on the top and the tree is growing under. And the information is not everywhere, it's in one of the rectangles, only in one, and then we're going to see how we'll find it, how it is structured. So let's say the first one is a dot, hasn't got a name, and that's where this inverted tree starts. So below the root, in an act of extreme creativity, some engineer decided to call them first level. And imagine the name of what is below the root. Second level, and the other ones third level nodes. So we can't talk about infinite, we cannot implement them either. So in DNS, how many levels can we go down? 128 levels. Is that useful? Not really, but it's a fact that we can go 128 times below So remember, what do we need DNS for? Just to link that to an IP address. So something so big with 128 levels, it really wouldn't make our work easier. It might even be easier to remember IP addresses. So what is important and what I really want you to gather from here is that there are two nodes of first level. So first level, second level, with the exception of the root, any other node has a label, has a name. The label assigned to a node in the DNS tree is what we know as domain name. So what is technically a domain name? Is the name assigned to a node in the DNS architecture or tree. So I was saying there are two types of first level nodes. One, generic or generics. G from generic, level domain. So con, net, all, RIO, all those created when initially DNS was created. So we added this generic domains. And the other type are the ones called CCTLD, country code top level domain. So that's assigned for each country so they can administer their own domain name. So we got AR for Argentina, BR for Brazil, CO for Colombia, PA for Panama, and so on. And all the SLDs out of 2 letters. Originally had 3 letters, but it's been a while now since now we have any length. Well, no, not really. There is a maximum number of letters that a label of a node could have, and that number is 64. Well, it wouldn't be easy to have a node with 64 letters, but it is possible. It wouldn't be useful. And also remember, we can have up to 128 levels depth. And please do not write any of this because actually there is just data and they're not that relevant. Or unless you are very, very deep into engineering and technology. So every node of the same level can at the same time create, well, let's try to do an analogy. Let's say they can have kids. How many? As many as the node wants. 1, 2, 3, 500 kids. Any administrator could have as many as it likes. And all of those kids, children, are the second level nodes. And then the children of the second level nodes will be part of the third level nodes. So how do we call a domain name? Maybe you might have heard FQDN. That's another acronym of engineers. That is a correct name of referring to a domain. So if I ask you to tell me what is the domain name for www, can someone point it in the graph? Is the one marked in blue? Could it be, which one? Could it be the bottom ones? Oh, can when they have the same name, even if they're different nodes? Well, yes, they could if they have different parents. This is almost like in a normal family. If I have two kids, I cannot call them the same. Well, I really hope none of you has got kids with the same name because I would have got myself in trouble. Okay, so if they have two or three names, yes, one we can repeat one, but if there is a unique name, well, basically we can repeat the name as long as they don't have the same parents. So if I just read www alone, I wouldn't know what I'm referring to. So we need to read. Firstly, we need to mention the node I want to refer to, and then we have to go through the whole tree naming, just like um, and we can just separate them with a dot. So the right way to name them would be to say www.example.com. If I'm referring to this one, that would be the same, .example.com, www.bar. And so on. This one is .com, this one is bar.com. So it's always what I'm trying to name, and then all of the nodes are separated by a dot, and that's the right way to refer to the main. Any questions, any comments, anything you want to add? Okay, let's move on. So we have already defined what a domain name is. So let's add a few things very quickly, and now is where it starts to get complicated. Okay, so what is a domain? But you're going to say I already explained it. Okay, no. Engineers, again, no. A domain name is not the same as a domain. What's the difference? Domain name is the name, it's a label, and we read it how we just said, we mentioned how we read it. But a domain is a node that you choose, any of them, but we have to include the entire tree that's born, that starts in that node until its end. So for example, domain.com is everything that's in blue. The name is just that node, but the domain is the node and all of the other children and the children of the children and so on. So domain name is the name of a node, but domain is a node and the entire tree that grows below that node. And practically we're in configuration or administering DNS servers. There is a difference when we talk about a domain name or a domain. And then we need to define a zone. When DNS was created, it had two main features. Those two features are very crucial for the entire internet. The main one is that they cannot depend too much of a unique or a single site, and it cannot be only one entity that manages it. This is a very basic idea of the model when it was created. That model is very basic of the multi-stakeholder model, which is the model that we use to develop and to govern internet. So this means that all of the functions are not contained in one single place. So DNS, following those two criteria, is distributed physically. All that tree that we were talking about, all of those nodes, doesn't mean that it's in one server. It's not like the telephone line that all of the numbers are in the same directory, phone directory. In the DNS example, every node that stores information is distributed around the globe. Could be anywhere in the world. So physically, DNS is distributed around the world. And at the same time, there isn't one single organization that administers one entity. No, there isn't one entity that can administer everything. The administration is also distributed. And that's where the zone concept, which is an administration area for domains. Each zone is an area of the DNS that is administered by an entity, or it could be potentially administered by a different entity. For example, who administers or who is responsible or the owner of DNS route? That is a zone in itself. It's a dot line. So the root is a zone in itself. Who's responsible? Who's the only one who could create, modify, eliminate information in the root of DNS? It's ICANN. ICANN is responsible to administer that zone. So the owner of the information. So the first level domains could have different organizations. So there might be one organization for ICOM, another one for net, and so on, and so on. And that organization is the only one who could store information, create it, modify it. And now we're going to talk about which type of information. Wow, it's wide. Okay, let's move on. Let's talk about the root. I'm going to skip a small part of the presentation. So I said ICANN administers the root of DNS. So if we continue with the story of how internet started and was created, so when DNS was created, we didn't create all of this. DNS, the equivalence of domain names and the idea of having a domain name, so it would be easier to remember an address and we would associate it to an IP, goes far behind DNS. That invention was created by the same people who created the protocols, who decided to follow the idea of the analogy of the phone directory. So there was someone who passed away many years ago, John Poston. He worked at a university in internet. So he had a workbook, a book, and with a pen he would write the domain names. So he would let's say this device would be called X, Y, and Z. And he would say, for example, he wouldn't just say this is the device that has a database. No, he would just name it sales. So no one would know what the device has. And so on. He just started to write in his book domain names. So then they didn't have to remember the IP addresses, they only had to remember the domain names. So the book had a database that would be transmitted to all devices connected. So they had that list downloaded or recorded in the hard drive. So when someone wanted to find a DNS, they would go to that file, they would know the IP, and that way they could download what they were looking for. So that file, some of you might remember, is the famous host.txt. All the operative systems had that name. So in some digital files were similar to what was originally in that book. But the problem was that as the number of devices connected grow, it was more and more difficult to have all of those IP written down. So John did other things. He would also assign IP addresses. So all devices connected to the internet had a different IP address. So we cannot have two devices with the same IP address. So John Postel also had the task to ensure that the IP addresses assigned to the devices were unique. So in another page, he had a list of the IP addresses and where those had been assigned because he couldn't repeat them. So they had to be centralized. They all had to be in one place. And not just that, he also had another task, which I'm not going to give too many details about this, but I would like to. But to interconnect all of the webs, we have protocols that allow that one network connected to another network. So we have different networks connected. So, but we need to have a range of IP addresses. So I can say all of these divisions, all of this group of IP addresses are mine, but all of these ones belong to another organization, and so on. So the protocols, well, the protocol, the only one that exists and is used today to transfer information from which IPs in each web is called BGP, so router protocol, BGP, and that is to collect information to all networks connected to the internet. So it uses another identification label to name the entity which administers. So that's the autonomous system. So a group of networks administered by a whole organization. So the IP will identify devices, the autonomous system, they identify group of networks, and the domain names, which are the equivalents, well, it's a DNS, and the task and the work carried out to make sure that that was a unique name was John Postel task or job. 1998. Oh my God, this is I'm being recorded, and people will say I don't know the exact year. Well, it's not that important in which year the organization was created. Well, at least not for me. In 1998, that's when it was created. But by then, someone had already noticed that John Postel couldn't do all of the work by himself. So all of those tasks, well, he used to work in a small office at a university, and that office that he had was called, does anyone know? Does anyone know the name of the office where he used to work? The name was EINA, Assigned Names Authority, IANA, Internet Assigned Numbers Authority. So that office where John Postel used to work, and he was on his own with his notebook. And there are pictures of this. I'm not telling you, I'm not storytelling about John Postel. This is real. That office had different tasks, and then they started to call IANA functions, which is basically what we explained, just assign IP addresses and then administer the root of DNS. And why do we created ICANN? Why? To become the organization that executes IANA tasks. In other words, was basically to escalate and to basically do the work that John Costle used to do, but at a much bigger scale. That's what we say IANA is a function that today is carried out by PTI, an office of or a branch of ICANN doing. Please don't make me explain what exactly does at ICANN, but basically that's one of the main tasks that IANA does, also administering protocol for the organisms that which creates protocols and so on. And also ICANN is the organization through which we can develop through processes following the multi-stakeholder model the policies of internet governance are developed and how internet works. So that is partially what we're talking about, because the responsibility of DNS is the owner is ICANN. But what information can be stored at the DNS? Just a name? No. There's a lot of storage, a lot of information stored, and the way that is stored in the DNS is through registers. DNS registers. Let's imagine it's a box where I just introduce information in that box, and that will go to one of the nodes. So each of these nodes or domains will have many little boxes inside storing some type of information. So how many registers of DNS we have? Well, as much information as we have, we will have as many. But there are two types of IP, so 4 or 06. So one is called A, and it's called type A, and that's the register that we use to store IP4 associated with domain. Then we've got quadruple A, and that's for IPv6 associated with a domain. But if they got IPv4 and 6, we will have to have a register A and then a quadruple A. And then we have other things we can store at the DNS. For example, NS for the DNS server, SOA, start of authority, that's for a zone, then CNAME. That's when we want to associate a domain name, but we want to associate it to another domain name. Can I do that? Can I create an alias? Yes. A nickname? Yes, it is possible. And that is called CNAME. And so on. So we discussed what DNS is, the architecture, what type of information, how we store the information through registers, one type of register for each different type of information that I want to store. All of the IPv4 will be associated in a type A registry, and all of the nicknames alias will be registered at CNAME register, and so on. And lastly, we're going to discuss DNS. We have all of the information in the DNS, so you will all wonder, so how do we search the information? But before doing that, we need to define this. How many types of devices are in the DNS, or participate, or form part of DNS? So there are two types. So we've got two types. Authoritatives, and they administer the nodes that will have all of the information. how do we how do we implement that, or how do we implement a zone? That's a file, a database stored in a server somewhere in the internet, somewhere around the world. It could be a virtual server in the cloud, or it could be a physical one, but it's one that belongs to a DNS server somewhere around the world. So the addition or the symmetry to all of those, and that's why they're authoritative, and the symmetry of all of those. So DNS, all of the servers, authoritative servers around the world. And recursive ones are those who search for a DNS. When I want to find out something or ask a question to the DNS, I don't ask a question directly. I'm going to give the task to a searcher, a recursive server. So the server will find the answer, and once it finds the answer, it will give it back to me. So we don't interact directly. They don't interact directly with the DNS. They do it through the recursive servers. So we ask a question, and then the question will be asked using those servers. So we have those two types of servers. Well, I'm going to skip this. So this is a diagram of what it would be, how this works. We're going to see an example. Well, a phone, okay. So that's an engine, a browser. So we write a URL to download a website. A URL is the same as a domain name? No. No. One is part of the other, but they're not the same, and they're for different things. URL is the way to identify a website. The domain name is just one part of that URL. The domain name is the name of the server, of the web server that's containing that website. But so we can download a website, we can do anything with the name. What we need is the IP. So the URL, we extract the domain name, then it will ask the DNS, and it will ask what is the IP address of this domain name, for example. So if you want to access www.example.com, let's imagine that's a website. So my device will send the question, what is the IP address of www.example.com to the inclusive service. How many there are? There are loads of recursive servers. So one of those servers, we send the question, I want to know what this www is. So this recursive might not know, hasn't got an idea, hasn't got any information, and doesn't know anything about DNS because it's a recursive server. So from the whole structure, if you would have to look for something there, where would you start? Where would you start your search? Where would you go first? Where would you go to find the answer? First level? Anyone else? Anyone else? There isn't a right or wrong answer. Well, there are right and wrong answers. But the idea is that we participate, and if you don't know it, we're here to learn. So we would start from the root if we don't know, because the other way to go through the tree is to ask node by node, but randomly until we would find the one that's got the information. Because if there are hundreds and hundreds of them, it could take a lifetime. So the recursive server will ask the root, but the root will not have the answer because there is a server below that's got the authority for www.example.com that's got the information. But the authoritative servers, even if they don't know the answer, will try to push me towards the answer. So it will respond, I don't know the IP you are looking for, but I do know who administers COM. So you want to know this IP address, so you can ask COM. So the recursive server now goes and asks COM, but this server hasn't got the answer either. So it will go back and say to the recursive server, I don't have the IP address, but I know who administered example.com. But how does it know it? Oh, because remember the analogy, parents, children? Well, it's one of his children. So it's a subdomain and knows that subdomain, so knows the IP son. So it returns the information to the recursive server, and the recursive server asks the same question to the example.com. And because I'm looking for www.example.com, which is son of example.com, in this case, yes, it does know the IP address that I'm looking for. It will send the answer back to the recursive server, and then will get back to the resolver. And now the device will connect to the server, and we can download the website. Don't try to remember all of this by heart. Just remember what is the DNS, where you can find a DNS, and the sequence of this process, which is very well defined, and it's very efficient to find the information in that tree and all of its branches. And the process is what we have just discussed very briefly here. And now I'm going to have the first tricky question for you. Well, let's see. Who controls a DNS? Would be the same who controls the internet? Or in other words, if I control a DNS or the DNS, do I control internet? Put your hands up if you believe that the answer is yes. Put your hands up if you think the answer is no. And if you don't believe in anything, also put your hands up. Well, I did say it was a tricky question. If I control a DNS, yes, I do control the internet. Why? Because if we say without DNS, internet keeps working, but it would be very hard to remember an IP address. We all depend on the name, but where is the name equivalence in the DNS? So if I control the DNS, or if I control the DNS, I can basically control all of the IP addresses. Well, then I control internet, because I can just simply change the IP address, and then you can end up somewhere else. And if I change it again, you will go to another address. But why did I say it's a tricky question? Is control DNS controlling internet? Yes, of course. But now the question is, who controls the DNS? No one. It's designed for not to be controlled, and the reason is not centralized. So the question mainly would be, if someone would be able to control the DNS, would control internet? Yes, but that is not the case. Because if someone would like to control a DNS, they would have to control the hundreds of thousands of organizations that administer one part of the DNS, and that doesn't happen. That's not the case. Well, maybe with some more knowledge, might think that if you control the root, you can control the rest of the DNS. But no, that's not how it works, because the root will have some information of the children of the root, and then the other level will have the information of a level below, or other children, if we go back to the analogy. So no, that's not the case. Yes. So if the root would be affected, how long would it take to affect the DNS? Any failure in the root, how long would it take? Well, where is the question? If someone intentionally tries to modify something in the root, how long would it take to propagate? Well, no one controls the entire DNS, but it could affect the entire DNS if I affect the root. So if the root is no longer available, then yes, I would affect the rest. So if a node is affected, then everything that's below that node in a different level, yes, that would disappear or stop functioning. Okay, so there are many ways to respond that question. So where is the information of the root? In one place? No, it's not in one place. So we need to go back. No, it is not in one single place. This is a map of an organization, luxserver.org, and you can access from any browser. You can just write the address, and you can access this map that basically it shows the distribution of all of the root servers. So now we're only talking about this one point. That information is replicated. It's not in one unique server. And sorry, this might not be up to date, but there are more than 1,800 copies of the information of the root. So basically, that information is duplicated more than 1,800 times, and they're distributed in this map, and they all have the exact same information. So if I would like to cause any damage in the root of the DNS, I would have to affect all of these servers. If I affect one, well, if someone asks a question to that server, might obtain incorrect information. If one of those stops working, nothing happens, because I still almost have 1,800 available. Now, who manages this information? So we did say it's ICANN. So how this diagram is made. So there are 12 organizations. This was created when DNS was created as well. So there are 12 organizations identified in Internet, and those 12 organizations had the task to manage and to obtain one copy of the root server. One organization had two. So we have 13 copies of the root server administered by 12 organizations. So I can generate the information of the root server, and is transferred to each of those 12 organizations, and they provide that information. So each one of them also has multiple copies. They don't have one single server. Each one of them have hundreds of servers, all with the same information. So each time there's a change, that change is transferred to the 12 operators or organizations, and that is transferred to all of the copies that they keep. And the symmetry of all of those copies is what forms the 1,800 copies of the information of the root. So the probability to damage or to affect that is very low. Okay, so but imagine it happens. how long would it take to propagate? I always had that intrigue. I always wanted to find that out. How long would it take? Well, we don't know. It would take the same as any change would take in propagate. So the changes, once they are transferred, it would take a few seconds because it's an electronic transfer of information with many security mechanisms, but it would take minutes, seconds. So in a few seconds or minutes, it would be in the 1,800 copies. So if someone could cause damage, it would replicate in a few minutes. But the question is how easy is to modify the route? And then we have other protocols like DCC, which is a protocol that was designed just for that. Well, I did have a slide that I was going to talk about. But going back to your question, this is a map of the whole DNS ecosystem. It's not just a technical area. So we got these two columns, the authoritative servers, the recursive servers. But the DNS ecosystem also has other factors like the register, registry, registers, registrants. So this is like, so the registrant is the person, the user. Can you hear? Can you hear? Quick. So this is a picture of the DNS ecosystem. So we got the clients, recursive servers, authoritative servers, registry, register. So that's what I buy, a domain name like Davi, or the registry where I can buy a .r domain in Argentina. Tamara, where are you? Are you the only registry for .r? So there are other sales team, but so all of those would be registries. So that's basically the entity that uses the domain names. And the register for .r is neg.r. So if I would like to obtain a subdomain of neg.r, I can go to any of the other domains. So this is what we have in the blue lines are possible attacked entries or vulnerable areas that this ecosystem has. They're not the only ones, there are more. So these are things that could potentially happen, any damage, no, bad things that could happen. And this shows at which level any of those could happen. So for example, spoofing. That could happen between the servers, the authoritative servers and secondary authoritative, recursive, and so on. So this is simply to pretend or make someone believe, someone who's asking a question, make them believe that who answers is the IP address that you're looking for, when in reality it's someone that's stealing that IP.
For instance, what is the IP address linked to www.mybank, for instance? because I want to do a banking operation. So a possible attack there would be somebody would pretend to be the DNS server for the bank and answer me from what appears to be the IP address from www.mybank.com, but in fact it's not their IP address, it's somebody else who's pretending to be the bank and is impersonating the authoritative server, answered you, and you thought that that IP address is that, and you pass that to the client, and it ends up being a web address of a bank that doesn't exist, that's somebody else, because it's a hacker. So basically, it's about impersonating somebody else by faking the IP address or the domain name. That's what spoofing is, pretending to be somebody else. There are other kinds of attacks or hacks. When a recursive server asks a question and gets a response, it can be deceived and make it think, then make it the recursive server ends up memorizing the wrong information, like the wrong IP address or a false IP address. So if I can get the recursive server to memorize that, anybody who asks the question will get the wrong answer. So that's called cache poisoning. It's a kind of, it's a very well known kind of hacking. It's been shown that it's quite easy to do by a person, a hacker, John Kaminsky, who died very young, just a year or so ago. And he was the one who showed that it was very easy to carry out that kind of attack, given the current state of protocols associated to DNS. And this is what led to the invention of the ITF to develop the DNSSEC protocol, basically to solve the problem that Kaminsky developed, which was how to trick the memory of the recursive server. And there are all kinds of different hacks and attacks that can happen at any level, and for each one there are either tools to mitigate them or to resolve them. There are protocols that have been added to the DNS which give it greater security and privacy, which things that the original protocol didn't have. Because at the beginning, it was based on good faith, imagining that anybody who wanted to use internet would act properly, behave properly, and that there wouldn't be any safety or security issue. At that time, people didn't think privacy was so important. Anybody would send emails, and anybody could read, who's administrating servers could read other people's emails. And protocols kept on being added to divide the DNS to make internet safer, more resilient, protect people's privacy, and so forth. A remote question. What's safer for the public, a DNS server or something else? There are two kinds of servers. Authoritative ones, which have the DNS databases, are by definition public. There are no authoritative servers which are private. If it's not, I'm not going to put service information up there that I can't access. So all authoritative DNS servers are public. The recursive ones are not all public. There are three kinds of recursive servers. There are public ones, which are used by organizations or companies to make available data to everybody. Google makes a server which is available to people. Anybody can use it to find DNS information. You go onto that server and the server will respond. It's a public recursive server. can also be private. Typically, the ISPs, as well as giving you a DNS address, an IP address, will also give you the information about the recursive server that you can use. And that recursive server, which is being administrated by ISPs, is usually private. ISPs only allow their clients to have access to that server. If I'm not a client of that ISP, I can't use their recursive server. I have to use another one. Or I can use a Google one or Cloudflare or whatever. It's not the case of something being better or worse. But the point is, with what spirit was Internet designed and how are the different functions concentrated within it? Let's look at it like this. As Google or Cloudflare administrates public DNS, we could make things life very simple and not administrate a recursive server because Google thinks it very well and it has a whole army of people working for them because it's a task it's been doing for a long time and it's been doing it very well. So everybody could use their servers. Now, what happens if we all use the same servers to look for DNS information? There are going to be lots of problems. And if that goes down at any point, and everything does, without exception, the never is if, it's always when. Sooner or later, everything breaks down. Why? Because it's machines, because there's human error involved, everything fails at some point or other in technical terms. Otherwise, we technicians wouldn't have a job, would we? But everything goes down at some point. So if we all use the same service and it goes down, then we all are left without internet access. So it's not good to concentrate all the functions. It's tempting, but it goes against the reason why internet was created, which was to diversify functions, so nobody's left with the sole control of internet. So it's important. Technical recognition is always to diversify. In the long term, it's always best for each one to administrate their own recursive server and their own clients on their own DNS server. The idea is that there be lots of recursive servers and not concentrate everything in just a few of them. I wanted to see if there were more questions. Hello. I'm from Peru. I want to ask a question. I'm not sure if it's relevant, but what's the role played by ICANN concerning such highly well-known service which contain content which, like famous servers, and I don't know if I can say the names, like Quivana, which basically harm copyright regulations. What do you do about that? That's a very good question. We have nothing to do with them. That's the answer. I want to be very clear the fact that ICANN has nothing to do with content. But perhaps Rodrigo can say something about that. No? Okay, fine. The question is, ICANN has no attributions in it, nothing to do with content. It only deals with the internet in governance and infrastructure. And that's just a part as well. It doesn't cover everything there. I know you, Mark. I wanted to ask. I remember that 10 years ago, when I had to propagate a new DNS, it took 24 or 48 hours to propagate a name. And this year, I changed my registrar, and everything happened in 30 minutes. That's a very significant change from 2 days to 30 minutes. So I think that there are big changes afoot in the structure. So I wanted to ask you, what would be the reasons for this? Because the propagation of DNS is so much faster than it was a couple of years ago. It's a very good question. I'm not sure if my answer is going to be what you want, but anyway, what I think, because the part of this is a fact, and then there's a part that has to do with what I think. So, having said that, I believe that the main reasons why, when I create a new domain, it's available around the world in far less time, in a question of minutes, compared with a couple of days as it was before, has less to do with protocols or technical solutions, because these continue to be the same. They've been in place for 40 years. But it does have to do with the management system. Normally, what used to happen in some registrants, you wanted a new domain name, and usually the registry would say, oh, no, this isn't available. And I would buy it, and the fine print would say, we update the registries once a day. If you only do this at 11 o'clock at night, it doesn't matter what time of day you do this, it's not going to propagate until after 11 o'clock at night. So the reason why it's faster today is because there's been an improvement, significant one, in how that whole ecosystem of generation, modification, and so forth is managed. There's also been technical improvements, but I think in that sense, any time gained is insignificant or negligible when you compare it with the improvements in the management. Perhaps we should take a look at the reseller, because many of them have an EPP with a system which should be registered with the system, and when this happens to a reseller or a registry which doesn't have the IPP, a first experience, it's going to take longer. So it depends very much on the EPP, which is a protocol which is designed to make rapid transfers between all the players when it comes to a new domain name. So if all the parties are involved and do what they have to do in that protocol, it's only going to take a few minutes. Obviously, if the time periods are longer, it will take longer. The protocols already existed, they are available, but more and more people are using them, and the process is becoming faster. I'm Victor from Brazil. Right, historically, if we look at France, we have lemonde.fr, and in Brazil, it's more common to see .com instead of .com.br. Why is that the case? And does that change the issue of governance over domains? That's my question. I don't know if we can talk about that. In 2022, the technology minister of Ukraine requested ICANN to remove the top-level domain of Russia. So what was that process like internally for you guys? I'll comment on this, and then I'll hand over to Rodrigo. So the first part has to do with why I can register a domain name under the BL level. I can register nicolas.r or .ui, and before I couldn't do that, I had to do it at third level, so it had to be .com, .ar, .com, .ui. And something that's important is that the first level generic names are owned by specific organizations, and they have contractual obligations to ICANN. There are certain things they can do and certain things they can't. The STCs don't have these. They can define their own policies and their own assignation policies when it comes to domain names. Most of the operators do not enable the creation of domain names at second level, but they replicated the structure there was with a com.br, .org.br. So this had to go to a third level. In the case of Uruguay, it was like this. A few years ago, we decided to market, which I suppose responds to the convenience from all different points of view. Why not directly market the next level? And this also answers to the fact that there's been another round of first level domain names which were any length, not just three characters or three letters. And each one did it in their own time and when they felt it was necessary. And that's why there are these differences. Maybe there's some countries that still haven't implemented this and some which are already working on second level. There are rules which are being managed at different levels, like premium addresses. There is nothing within ICANN regarding the rules which regulates this. So we are giving friends a certain autonomy for that. Now, I'm very happy that you asked this second question because it's going to help us to understand how ICANN works. We are agnostic with regard to political issues. Our mandate is to preserve the system of the ISPs and the single domain names, and we want to make sure that the situation is stable and interoperable. That's our job. Of course, we received this request, and it's perhaps most famous because it was made publicly, and the response was also public. And no way were we going to deactivate the routes. And we will continue to answer in this way. We have had situations where we've been requested, as well as the registries. Perhaps there are cases in Argentina where there's a request to deactivate a given domain name. So all of that, and a little bit also about Cuevana and the other content providers, we have to be neutral when it comes to different kinds of architecture, because there may be malicious sites which could harm intellectual property or which sell child porn, or where it's actually the justice authorities that are in charge of telling the registry to deactivate certain content for specific motives. But if it's a politician who just didn't like the fact that some site was criticizing him, they think and they feel that they can just tell somebody to take the site down because they didn't like the content. That's not right. So there must be mechanisms through which we can guarantee that we are acting according to the law. It happens in ICANN, it's happened to the SLLTTs, it's happened, they get these kinds of requests all the time. But what Ukraine was asking for, to sanction the Russians, is something that ICANN cannot take decisions about. Uh, and this is personal, right? But I always felt that this was an entirely irrelevant. I mean, Russia also asked for Ukraine to be deactivated. It's important to bring this up. It's public, it can be talked about, there is no issue here. But also, it's an issue, and there are other cases that people don't talk about because with that conflict at that scale, it concentrates and polarizes people. Independently of one's own opinion, I think personally that in the case of a conflict like this, it's just too easy to take sides. There are always going to be arguments in favor of hundreds of different factors, reasons why I could be on one side or the other. And ICANN is an organization which is responsible for merely one part of the scheme, which has to do with internet governance. And when the interests of an organization clash with a political organization at a local level, there's bound to be a degree of incompatibility. There are legal issues, obviously, there are pressures of all kinds, as you can imagine, particularly. But we have policies, and the answer is well known. What is hard is the process involved, the way in which we explain this, we give our answer, and the more delicate the subject, the more sensitive our answer has to be. But basically, it's healthy in another sense for there not to be any kind of polarization when it comes to the organizations managing the technical governance of Internet. 5 minutes to the cocktail. One more question. Okay, Larissa. Speak loudly, please. I'm Dina. This question, the DNS was developed for ASIC language. How are you implementing or adapting it to other languages? Okay, somebody had to ask that question. Okay, Mark. It's a very good question. Yes, effectively, DNS, the original version, the 100 plus protocols, which are the original specifications for DNS, is designed, like many technical things, for devices in particular, for the text that the DNS to be accepted is only written in ASCII. It means English text, English language text. Yeah? And not everything in English, not any old symbol, even though it might be permissible in the English language. I can't put a dot as part of the name because that's what separates a node. So I can't use the period to separate things out. It's an ASCII character, but you can't use it in that way. So for the last few years, there is a program in place to universalize access to DNS in terms of the script that can be used. And all of everything that comes under what we call universal acceptance, that is the capacity added to the DNS by developing additional protocols, whether it's for safety or security and also accessibility. So this series of protocols and a whole bunch of other things that aren't just protocols but have to do with governance allow us to define within the domain name system virtually language in any kind of script. Just very briefly, what we need to do is define the appropriate dictionary. So there are processes through which I can develop the corresponding dictionary and load it in the DNS so that it starts to accept that script. For instance, we have Chinese defined, we have the set of characters enabling people to write in Japanese or in Guarani, yes, and there are many more like that. I think the first one was Arabic. The Ministry of Communications of Egypt did that. And what Rodrigo says, that this is just a part of the universal acceptance, which is the capacity to access the DNS using domain names in any language, any script. Because universal acceptance isn't just about domain names, because you have email addresses, for instance. It is because one thing is the name of the inbox. I can have @Arabic, but I can't have Nicolas with an accent on the hey, which is my name. Then there is a problem there. So as part of that universal acceptance problem is the universalization of email addresses. And there's a whole program for this to support universalized email addresses. A round of applause for Nico. There were some more questions, but there is a cocktail. Thank you to everybody. Thank you for the questions, that were very good. I don't see that the Argentine particularly interested in asking me what we're going to sing, but I'm sure that will happen.
Preguntita.
Y la apuntadora ya es.